Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for this third Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. Of course, we've had two very exciting matches to start this 7-match series, all important preparation for the upcoming ICC Men's Under-19s World Cup in January next year. And the series is evenly poised at 1-1 heading into this third match, where I can tell you that West Indies Under-19s once again won the toss and elected to bat first. And I'll just go through the West Indies playing 11. Few changes to what we saw in the opening two matches. Joshua Dawn captain, Zachary Carter, Ajay Gittins, Shaquan Bal, Micah Greenidge, Jonathan Van Lang, Pajay Nelson, Tyreek Bryan, Matthew Miller, Brendan Boodoo, and Ursino Fontaine. So out is the opening bowling. So we watch the first delivery go by through to the keeper, left alone by Greenidge. Micah Greenidge and Zachary Carter, of course, are opening the innings. And it's Seth Micah Senivaratne opening the bowling for Sri Lanka under-19s. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Greenidge from the commentary box end. Greenidge plays this watchfully back to the bowler, does the fielding, and no run. So out are the two strike bowlers for West Indies under-19s in Aidan Racha and Jakeem Pollard. Coming into the team, Ajay Gittins and Tyreek Bryan. This one's clipped uppishly and a good catch. Was it taken there at mid-on? No. A honest bit of fielding there by the Sri Lankan boy. Says it just bounced in front of him, but it was hit uppishly by Greenidge. As we watch the replay, he clipped it off his pads in the direction of mid-on, who's just inside the 30-yard circle and not too far away. Excellent effort there, but just bouncing before he could take it cleanly. Senivaratne in again, and this one's played into the offside by Greenidge. Score remains on 0-0. So a chance on offer there early for the Sri Lankan under-19s. Good effort by the fielder there at mid-on. Luckily for Micah Greenidge, just dropped short. The field change. They've brought in a short mid-wicket now. Greenidge on strike to Senivaratne. That's played to the short mid-wicket fielder. No run. A hot day here in Antigua. Bit of drizzle around this morning, but overcast conditions at the moment. We're expecting a fine day. We're using a new strip. Moved over 2. We're on pitch number 7 today. And a good opening over there by Sinivaratne. Starts with the maiden. At the end of the first over, West Indies under-19s choosing to bat. A 0 for 0. So some interesting changes for the West Indies under-19s 11 today. As I say, the two main strike bowlers being given a rest. Shakwan Bal, all-rounder. He made 161 runs in the CWI under-19s Rising Stars 50 Overs Championship. At 32.2, a high score of 45, and he also took 11 wickets at 17.82, an economy of 5.44. Tyreek Bryan is a wicket-keeper batsman. He made 226 runs at 28.25, a high score of 58. And Ajay Gittins, fast bowler, 14 wickets at 14.79, an economy rate of 5.24. So it's going to be Rasith Nimsara. Left arm. Right arm, sorry, Seema coming in from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Zachary Carter. This one comes off the hip of Carter. Lobs into the onside, no run. Match, as I say, the first two matches so far in the series have been two close encounters. Both teams fighting back when the opposition look like they're going to run away with the match. See what the third match brings today. Nimsara around the wicket to the left-handed Karti, tries to pull that. And they go through for a leg by. So first runs on the board for West Indies under-19s, 1 for none, and over number 2. Both batsmen still on 0, obviously, though, with that leg by. So very good evening to our friends listening in Sri Lanka, viewing. Live ball-by-ball action coming to you from Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Nimsara in again. It's time to Greenwich. Greenwich on the pool. Goes through wide down the leg side and called wide by the umpire. And a very good morning to everybody in Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the region. So he's bowling to a slip. Third man on the boundary, backward point cover. This one's pulled through the mid-wicket area by Greenwich. Doesn't get hold of it as he would have liked, but they go through for 2. It's Greenwich underway. He's on 2, 4 without loss in over number 2. So a slip, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg inside the 30-yard circle as Nimsara round the wicket to Greenwich. Pull in again, big appeal for LBW. Nimsara was interested, that's for sure, but I think her height, if anything, and a natural angle taking the ball down the leg side as we just watch the replay. Nobody else was really interested. Yes, that's hit him right on the upper thigh. Greenwich calls for the physio, so we have a slight delay while he gets some treatment. So yes, it's been a good, tough, tight battle this series so far. Best of 7. It stands at 1-all, heading into this third match. Interesting to see the teams look evenly matched. Let's see if one can grab the initiative in this third match. Physio just attending to Micah Greenwich as he took that one in the upper thigh region. Pitch looks to be a good one, as it normally is. Good cricket wicket in the first 2 matches. Kadeem and the boys. Ground staff here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Doing an excellent job. The outfield looks immaculate. So the Sri Lanka under-19s will know that they need to be on target. Try and restrict West Indies under-19s to a score that they feel they can chase. Struggled to chase down 202, sneaking home by a wicket in the second match the other day. West Indies under-19s fighting back after Sri Lanka under-19s look to be cruising to victory. So he's still down, Micah Greenwich, still being attended to by the physio. Yes, it looks like he will be forced to retire hurt here. It's the number 3 for, in fact, the EMS staff are coming out with a stretcher as Micah Greenwich is still flat on his back. So it looks like he's going to be stretched off, which is very unfortunate. And Fontaine will come out to replace the injured Greenwich. So an early blow here for West Indies under-19s. The injury to Micah Greenwich. Brings the emergency medical staff into play. They put him on a stretcher now. Hopefully he'll be able to recover and resume his innings if needed later on. But he will retire hurt at the moment on 2. The score is on 4 without loss. We're in over number 2. And be replaced by Fontaine, as he's been stretched off now as we speak. So never a good sign to see any batsman being stretched off the ground. Hopefully he will be alright, and as I say, if needed later on, be able to resume his innings. So, play resumes. Nimsara into Fontaine. Lets this one go outside off stump. No run. Very watchful start this by West Indies under-19s. Sri Lanka opening bowlers been on target so far. They had problems with wides early up in that second match, but they've been bang on target as that one's defended into the offside by Fontaine. No run, and that completes the second over of the day. So West Indies under-19s winning the toss and electing to bat. A 4 without loss after 2 overs. Both batsmen Carter and Fontaine yet to get off the mark. Of course, in that over, Micah Greenwich took one on the upper thigh region and unfortunately had to retire hurt for 2. The Seni Viratne, the hero of the second match, 20 not out, got his team over the line in a very tense finish. So he'll be coming in from the commentary box end, ball into powerfully built Zachary Carter as he's round the wicket to the left-hander now, and that's played defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. Just joining the broadcast. We're live here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Thanks to Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel. I am Terry Laraji, and it's my pleasure to say a very good morning to Vernon A. Springer. Good morning, bro.
Morning, Terry.
And that's thumped. Beautiful shot there by Zachary Carter. That's gone into the car park. High over mid-off for 6. Was pitched up by Senavaratne. He picked up the line very quickly and thumped it miles over the long off boundary. So he gets going. He moves to 6. And the score is 10 without loss in the third over.
Already seen this powerhouse Carter, who scored 39 in the first game, 29 balls, 2 4s, 4 6s. Showed a very intent to go hard in the power play. Got a little bruised up in the second over. That's a
good ball, and he's got him. What a reply. What a reply. Held its line just outside of stump. Carter looks dismayed. For the comeback, he tried to play a defensive push into the offside, caught the inner part of the bat, according to the umpire. Sri Lankans were confident. Zachary Carter doesn't want to leave, but it's 6 and out, unfortunately, for the big boy. And Sri Lanka claim their first wicket.
Let's look at it again, Terry. The right foot movement first, and really peel for a caught behind. And I think Carter, looking back, will have to, his first movement, especially the length of the ball really, would be that trigger movement to get in that left foot back and across. And he got that left foot back into the crease, Terry. He'll be able to punch that way he was looking to hit it. Feels a little disappointed. Hard done.
Very disappointed as he shrugs off.
Yeah. When the umpire gives you out, you got to be careful, especially on the world stage.
Definitely.
Yeah, you got to look to walk. Can't show any dissent, and I show the match referee, Mr. Proverbs, will have a few words with Mr. Carter. It's life. That's how it goes sometimes. So the West Indies have lost what we consider their first wicket, along with Greenwich having to retire hurt pretty early. So they got to almost start all over again. think he got something, Terry. Good camera work there.
Yeah, I think he got something.
I think he got a very, very, very faint edge.
Yeah, and if you watch him,
And he was
straight around.
And he was looking back as well too.
Exactly.
Maybe just get that left foot back and across and be able to punch that ball straight. So, two new batsmen, the captain Dawn, who originally looked very, 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 very well in the second game. Looked very organized. Scored 82 runs during that process there. And maybe you would have feel maybe hard done not to have got 100 in that game, but it's a new game.
Ooh, that takes the edge. One bounce to slip. So he's right on target is Senivaratne.
Like to see Dawn getting right out onto the front foot there. He's now rehearsing. Yeah, there's no express pace here from the Sri Lankans opening bowlers, so you can afford to confidently get forward, get that head on the shoulders, get that stride out into the ball. He was just caught on the crease there. It's got to be very, very, very careful. Get that stride out. Get that bat right in front of the pad. Nice and straight. Dawn.
And again, just dropping short of the slip. This is excellent bowling by Senivaratne after being thumped over long off for 6. It certainly got him going. Excellent delivery to Carter, the follow-up delivery. He brought the deep backward square inside the circle, dropped his mid-off back, got a bit of bounce outside off stump, took the edge. And now the first two balls coming over the wicket to the right-handed Dawn. Both found the edge, just dropping short of first slip. That's better by Dawn. Plays that into the short extra cover region. With a successful over completed by Senivaratne. And at the end of the third over, West Indies under-19s, 10 for 1. Both batsmen, Captain Joshua Dawn and Fontaine, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah. Just want to be able to say, Terry, congratulations to two re-elected prime ministers of the region. First you have President Ifan Ali in Ghana, and then you have Andrew Holness, a very close contested election in Jamaica last evening. Government holding on 29-34, and we want to say congratulations to the President of the West Indies Players Association, Wavell Hines, who's now been elected as a Member of Parliament, but on the opposition side. Congratulations, Wavell. So, aspiring times ahead, and it shows how democracy is alive. In fact, I was listening to the opposition Mark Golding's speech, and he was saying how mature Jamaica has come. Unlike before, you would have heard a lot of violence in elections in Jamaica. He was very, very, very pleased to see, the supporters at the end of it all and recognizing. So, showing that we are maturing as a Caribbean region.
Excellent. Nimsar into Fontaine. He's on the pull and pulls it well through square leg 4-4.
Yeah, no pace there at all in that delivery. And sort of tennis bounce. It just stood up there nicely, and Fontaine quick onto it and just hammered it into the square leg area for the West Indies under-19 first boundary. And that would have had to do with compliments Carter's massive 6. Brings up the score to 14 for 1. We're into over number 4. Sri Lanka starting with one slip. I like the approach of the wicketkeeper. He's guiding his bowlers like Usain Bolt, telling them where he wants them to bowl the ball. On the edge, flying down to third man. The fielder comes around, he can't stop it. Ricochets off of him and into the boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundaries here by Fontaine.
Yes, he looks business-like Fontaine early in his innings. He had the width there outside off stump. Did catch the bottom part of the bat, but went like a tracer bullet. Senivaratne down there at third man, got a hand to it. It rolled into the rope. So 18 for 1 in the fourth over. Fontaine goes to 8. Faces Nimsara. One's wide outside the off stump, left alone. Nimsara, top of his mark at the northern end. Brilliant sunshine now here at Coolidge. Into Fontaine. That one's pushed into mid-wicket. No run. So good start this by Sri Lanka under-19s. West Indies winning the toss for the third time and electing to bat for the third time. Fontaine on the counter-attack with a couple of boundaries in this over. Nimsara into him now, and delivery once again led defensively into the offside to complete the over. So after 4 overs, West Indies under-19s are 18 for 1. Fontaine is on 8 and Captain Dawn yet to score. Senivaratne to continue from this, the commentary box end. Ball into a staggered slip cordon, really, or you could call it slip in the gully. Backward point, third man on the fence. Spot on target, defended into the onside by Dawn, no run. Cover mid-off, mid-on, short, mid-wicket. And fine leg. For Captain Dawn, who scored 101 runs, brilliant 82, was the backbone of the innings for West Indies under-19s in the second match on Tuesday. He scored 101 runs in 2 matches so far in the series, averaging a little over 50, and that's beautifully cover-driven 4-4. Excellent shot there, pitched up by Senivaratne, and very controlled cover drive there by Joshua Dawn to get himself going. He moves to 4, 22 for 1 in over number 5.
Lovely shot there by him. Good control, good balance. Timing was perfect, and he was balanced when he was playing that cover drive there. Something I'd like to see him transfer his weight as well to when he's coming forward to defend. Found the gap there, and that'll give him some confidence. Captain Dawn
brings the gully out, in strengthening the cover region, and catches the inner portion of the bat, rolls out into the onside, no run. He always looks in complete control. There's Joshua Dawn, very easy on the eye.
It's about repetitions, Terry. He's still maybe searching his way around, but as he continues to work on the art of batsmanship, would want to really get that stride out, get that bat right in front of the pad, leading with his head and his shoulders, want to come forward confidently. That's important. When the ball leaves the bowler's hand, it's coming down, so you always want to be protecting those pads. Want to get that stride out early. Just every now and again he walks across the crease casually as if he's like he's not sure. So it's something he's gonna have to get that stride, leading with your head and your shoulders on your heel, and coming confidently forward, especially to these medium pacers.
That one takes the edge, flies down to third man. Pick up one. Yeah, it's not a very big stride either that he takes. But you're quite right, Vern, on pitches such as this where you can generally trust the bounce against a couple of medium paces.
You look at most of the top batsmen in the world, even and we can look at our own West Indian batsmen. You always see the Greenwich and the Haynes, even the Viv Richards, confidently coming forward. You got to get onto it. You got to be as tight as possible. Not halfway.
Fontaine this time, clipping the ball up to mid-on. Can't beat the field. Over completed. So we've had 5 overs here at Coolidge in this third Youth One Day International. West Indies under-19s after opting to bat first, 23 for 1. After 5, Fontaine is on 8 and Dawn is on 5.
I think this easily, Terry, would want to be the lowest power plays that we've seen so far, based on the highlight from the first 2 matches. But it's, like I always like to say to you, Terry, we're building time. And so these two will have to set the platform, have a look.
Nimsara will continue from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Dawn. He's going to slip, third man, backward point, cover. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg as Nimsara into him now, and he plays that defensively to short extra cover, and there's no run. A hot day out there for the players. Nimsara in again to Dawn. That one's wide. He went searching for that, called wide by the umpire. Score goes up by 1, 24 for 1 in over number 6.
Even Fontaine there. It was a wide ball. The back going, just leave it. Just no need. You could have just got a nick onto it and be caught at first slip or second slip. Just leave. As a batsman, you want the bowler to come to you. Just have a look. Spend some time at the crease.
Plays this one to backward point. Again, no run.
So good morning to Romel Currency. Trevor Shillingford, Director of Sports. Thomas Kentish, haven't heard from you in a long time. Thomas, Phoenix. Thomas as well. Leon Sebastian. I know Lockhart, he's always looking at cricket. Good morning, Cebu.
Played again into the backward point region, can't beat the field. Score remains on 24 for 1.
It's been a busy summer, Terry. It's been a busy year for sports in the Caribbean especially. Just at the completion of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank OECS Netball Championship. 2 series. The OECS Championship, St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning out in the international series with the Cayman Islands and Barbados.
Retaining their title.
Yeah, also
Antigua and Barbuda running 4th, which was a very good performance by them. Pulled through mid-wicket by Dawn for 4. Good authoritative shot. Picked up the length of that one very quickly and hammered it through the mid-wicket area.
What I liked about it is that it really didn't bounce, but he kept his eyes on it, stayed very low into the ball, and didn't try to overhit it. Just use the pace and this fast outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Hope somebody's looking at this young player in Barbados. They've always produced some young players. Very outstanding. Shakira Paris, one for the fold that you always look around.
Another adjustment in the field. The slip comes out to strengthen the onside.
I want to come back in a little while, Terry, and talk about the netball championship in the OECS. I'll come back after this delivery.
Dimsara into Dawn. Wide outside. Off stump, called wide by the umpire.
Let me see that again. My tech guy. See if I agree with the umpire there on that one.
Pretty wide.
Line is just a guide. We don't have a blue line, but I think we have a red line. That was wide.
That was wide. And takes the edge, flies past the keeper into the boundary for 4. Well, there's chasing the ball, you might say, because when he was pulled through mid-wicket, they opted to take the slip out to strengthen the mid-wicket region, and that would have gone straight down his throat.
I think the keeper has to...
No, too wide for the keeper.
Too wide for the keeper. Yeah.
So 4 more to Dawn.
Guess you can say it was a very well-controlled shot by Dawn.
Well, exactly. He knew the field had
opened the face of the bat and steered it down to third man for 4.
Moves on to 13 from 13 deliveries, 33 for 1.
Beautiful delivery.
And plays this backward of point, beats the dive-in fielder. And almost an excellent effort down there by Biratne. Running around from third man, he tapped it back, but it rolled back into the rope. So back-to-back boundaries for Dawn to complete over number 6. 37 for 1, and Dawn, looking dangerous, moves on to 17.
I think that would be the end of the power play. Not the power play, sorry. The first 6 overs so far. It's not a T20 game.
You've been watching too much CPL. But
yeah, certainly.
And last night, the red machine got thumped.
Now that one, Terry, I think he could have tried stopping it with his boot rather than his hand. If he got across, if you look around, let me just make the point. If he could just show me back again, Terry, because he was sprinting, and I think the first objective is that you really want it. Let's look at it, Terry. He's sprinting now, so he's got to get a good way.
Well,
right? So if you get there, at size 13, Terry, no, he was diving. Maybe he just needed to just get it, just keep it intact. Show some football skills, but that's history. Boundary to Dawn.
Maybe he doesn't play football.
They practice every morning. Every morning, Terry. They're right in front of you here.
Anyway, he's back with ball in hand. Senebaratne comes in now to Fontaine. Fontaine's slashing at that one. Good delivery through to the keeper.
This is a new ball, Terry, and Fontaine likes to go square. Want to see him just get that right foot back and across and look to play the ball a lot more straighter. Those shots look nice, but they're get-out shots, really, if you're not close enough. And he's just dabbing. If you're going to cut, you're going to cut. If not, got to get as tight as possible and look to punch the ball up in front of you with a nice straight bat.
Fuller delivery. Punched into cover region, no run.
The art of batting is being able to address the length when the ball is short, so you get into the right position in terms of your back foot defensive shot, which means that right foot got to get onto your toes, not just walking across. You got to get deep so that you can assess the length very quickly.
Sinaveratne in again to Fontaine. This one played into mid-wicket area, no run. So he's brought into a slip, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and very square, fine leg.
Once he can work on that movement of that right foot, Terry, getting deep into his crease, even that ball that is ball between middle and leg, he'll be able to just whip that through square leg, you know, quite easily, because he'll be in line, so he can just turn the ball into that area.
Down leg side, and he's whipped that through mid-wicket into the boundary, 4 runs.
And that was offline.
Yeah.
Once it's offline, it's got to be put away.
That one by Sinaveratne. Afford to get into the pads of these batsmen. It was well played all along the carpet by Fontaine.
Very strong bottom-handed player as well. So anything in that area, he's going to score.
41 for 1. Fontaine moves on to 12. Sinaveratne in again. And again, drifting into the pads, beats the short mid-wicket, rolling out towards the boundary. Mid-on gives chase, 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries by Fontaine. Good positive batting by these two. Score moves up to 45 for 1 after 7. Fontaine is on 16. Dawn, 17.
If he's going to bowl that line, Terry, then the mid-wicket needs to come back, because he's just too close. He's halfway in the 30-yard circle, so he needs to come back so he can be able to stop that ball if he's going to be bowling that line.
So good positive approach by these two in Dawn and Fontaine. They've already added some 35 runs for the second wicket after the fall of Zachary Carter.
Spin time, Terry.
Spin time.
Something which worked for Sri Lanka under 19 in the second game.
Definitely. Varan Chamadita, left arm spinner.
He bowled very consistently. Uses variations well. Wasn't afraid to flight the ball. I don't think we can't wait to see Akish.
Yes, he's bowled extremely well. 7 wickets so far in the series. Chamadita comes into Dawn. Dawn is punching off the back foot. Can't beat cover. Chamadita is replacing Nimsara. Bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25.
Very brave move by the Sri Lankan captain to bring on the left arm spinner inside the power play.
Bang on target, defended back to the bowler by Dawn. We've got a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover. Long off. That's played to cover, well fielded. Doesn't get through, picks up 1. Dawn moves to 18, 46 for 1.
You see the difference, Terry? Because he's given himself room. So the cover fielder, he could be able to see the ball when the ball is coming. Because once the ball hits the practice area, the practice pitches area, it's going to skid. So you got to give yourself enough room so you can see it. Good field placing here so far by the Sri Lankan captain. Left arm spinner on the money.
He's brought the short fine leg into a short third man. Fontaine turns this backward of square. Deep backward square comes off the boundary. Pick up another single. Fontaine moves to 17, 47 for 1. Again, excellent fielding that time by the short extra cover fieldsman.
It's like the Sri Lankan wall.
Got it on the bounce.
Yeah.
Excellent. Full stretch. Saved the boundary.
Dawn will have to keep going. We'll need to try anything different. Just keep batting. Well played, stayed low to the ball there in driving it. Didn't find the gap. Over comes to an end. First over here from Viran. 2 runs coming off of it. And at the end of 8, West Indies under 19, they're 47 for 1.
Yes, good counter-attacking play by Fontaine and Captain Dawn. We've added 37 now for the second wicket. Of course, Micah Greenwich also retiring hurt.
Zachary Carter,
6 and out. He won't be happy with that. I think that's why he was trudging up, more disappointed in the fact that whether he thought he got a faint edge or not through to the keeper. It was good bowling by Senaviratne, and now we're going to have spin from both ends as Kabija Gamage,
century maker so far in this series, in the first match.
Take up the attack from the commentary box end with these off spinners. Keeping the slip in play inside the first 10 over power play. Tossed up but played nicely by Fontaine into the mid-wicket region. Take a single. With both batsmen on 18, 48 for 1 in over number 9.
Cricket West Indies under 19 making some changes today, Terry.
Yes, interesting changes
A
too.
little bit undone to take Pollard out. I thought Pollard looked like one of the most dangerous bowlers, especially with the old ball.
Yes.
But I think they've got this pattern about. I don't know, Terry. I think if you're a young fast bowler, you should be allowed to play. I'd like to see Pollard playing in this game. Talking about load management and all those new words that seem to be popping up when it comes to cricket. You're going to get better, Terry, is when you're playing. I know it's 7 games.
Too true. You can't beat match play.
Got to get the guys on the park.
That's played
Sweetly timed
nicely.
shot there.
Can't beat the field though. They're on their toes again in the field are the Sri Lankan boys. 2 men out on the onside, deep mid-wicket and long on. And again, beats the short extra cover but can't beat mid-off. They pick up a single.
The ground feeling has been very excellent.
Most definitely.
You could see that the backroom staffers work significantly on fielding, and that's something that I think that we are missing in certain aspects of world cricket. The fielding seemed to have just gone through the window. The kind of catches that you see being dropped, kind of amazing. Guys are like amazed when the ball comes to them, Terry. There's some people that they want the ball to come to them.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem. With just 2 runs off Gamage's first over, 49 for 1 after 9.
Tomorrow starts the women's CPL in Guyana.
Yeah.
3 teams. Another area of concern. 7 matches.
Is it tomorrow or Saturday? Saturday. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I Saturday?
Yeah, because I think the same
right.
teams play. The women, Trinidad and Guyana, and the men, Trinidad and Guyana, at Providence in Guyana. So a big day in Guyana if you're in that area. 50 comes up for West Indies under 19s in the 10th over.
Except that they're playing hot, son.
50 for 1. Dawn is on 20. Fontaine on strike. He's on 18. Chamadita again moves short, fine leg into the short third man region for Fontaine. A deep backward square and a long off at the two men outside the circle. Good accurate bowling by Chamadita, left arm spinner. Two balls remaining in the first 10 over power play. Trying to cut that through point region, can't beat the field. Chamadita in again to Fontaine. Plays that quietly into the offside to complete the over. So another good over by Chamadita, just the one off it. And at the end of the 10 over power play, West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss and choosing to bat, a 50 for 1 with Captain Dawn on 20 and Fontaine on 18. And I might join you, Vern, and put my winter coat on.
Yeah. We're smack behind the air condition, Terry, so that's what's happening with us. It's belting out. So we really don't have any control.
Well, if we had a control, it wouldn't be belting out, really, that much. Anyway, all good. Gamage will continue from this, the commentary box end. Three men out on the onside. Wide. He's gone even wider, so you call him a deep backward square. Deep mid wicket. Long on. And a short mid wicket on the onside. Slip backward point. Short extra cover. Cover point on the boundary. And mid off inside the circle on the offside. So he plays this up past the bowler. Would have been a single there, but the bowler Gamage ran into Fontaine as he was about to take off from the non-strikers end for a single.
I mean, it should have been
and
a
they
single.
fell over each other. Oh, big appeal, just going down leg and maybe touch high. They're bowling well in tandem, these two spinners, once again for Sri Lanka. Left arm of Chamadita. The right arm off spin of Gamage. And that one beats the dive in short mid-wicket, so they get the single this time. Dawn moves on to 21, 51 for 1 in over number 11. It's the third youth one-day international. West Indies under-19s, Sri Lanka under-19s, 7-match series locked at 1-all. Played quietly to short mid-wicket by Fontaine, no run.
It's always so important, Terry, to keep looking at cricket. Something I find that a lot of the coaches around don't take some time out. You know, you got to be able to come and look around and see some of the young players. The Miller stand is not that full today.
Not that full.
Yeah, but it'll certainly get bigger later on in the afternoon. some of the fans, some of the members from the Jennings Sports Club maybe have to work.
Yes, working day here in Antigua.
You don't have the luxury of a Terry or Vernon or the 360 team. I want to say good morning to Sci-Fi Philip in Connecticut. A lot of the folks who are following us on the West Indies YouTube channel. Really appreciate your feedback and your comments. Keep them coming.
Absolutely. So the over comes to an end. Had 11 overs, 52 for 1, just the 2 off that Kamage over. Chamadita, his slow left arm. Continues from the northern end, and that's chipped up, but chipped over. Very short, straight. Almost call him mid-off there. Chipped over his head by Fontaine, though. Gets away with it, picks up one.
Like a golf shot.
Yes, he's lucky. I think the bounce surprised him there.
I think he was in two minds. That's when you got to be confident. That comes from practice. Still yet to see a lot of our young batsmen using their feet, Terry.
I haven't seen one of them.
Yeah, that's something that our coaches have to get into our players. Got to practice, get them to use their feet. Very, very important. They're not confident enough at all, and that's why you look to all our youth tournaments, under 15, under 17, under 19. You see they've been dominated by the spinners. Coaches not spending enough territorial time to get a couple of our batsmen to use their feet.
Yes, and it's very interesting you say that, Vernon, because I remember doing the West Indies under 15s championship. Chamadita spot on again, defended by Dawn, and Latif, the young leg spinner from Guyana, who took a bag full of wickets, leading wicket taker, and that swept beautifully through mid-wicket by Dawn for 4.
Very positive shot here by the West Indies under-19 captain Joshua Dawn. Stayed very low to the ball. Let's look at his head positioning. He got low.
Yep, picked up the length quickly.
Found the gap. That was very, very, very important.
Yes, and he took a bag full of wickets, and they interviewed him after a match where he took, I think he took 4. I think he took a 5, but he got a hat-trick in the match at the Antigua Recreation Ground here in Antigua. And they interviewed him, and they said, how do you go about your bowling? He says, well, it's not that difficult, really, as a spin bowler. When you're bowling against our players, you just toss it up and wait for them because you know they're going to come. Now, that is a 14-year-old that knows that. You imagine when it gets into senior level.
But the release shot for most batsmen, in fact, we are teaching our batsmen, Terry, that once a spinner come on, it doesn't matter who's bowling, just come forward. We're not teaching our batsmen to dance and to be able to get to the pitch of the ball, hit the ball on the full. It's an art. So you got to spend time. It's confidence, Over number 12 comes to an end, 58 for 1. That's why I think that we're being hampered. We're really not producing any world-class batsmen because of the preparation and how we're bringing them up. We're bringing them up in a defensive mood, and their release shot point is, they'll be looking for a maximum or looking for a boundary.
Kamage to continue. Played into the onside by Dawn, no run. So good little partnership this, after the loss of the early wicket of Carter and his fellow opener Micah Greenidge having to retire hurt. They put on 48 so far.
You hear people always talking about hit the ball down the V. You got two fielders there, but you have to practice. Got to be competitive. Got to practice drills. Got to be confident to hit the ball down the ground consistently. If not in the air, on the ground, So the mid-on goes back, the mid-off goes back. You got to be able to use your feet, get the pressure off of you.
Camargo bowling a very tight line here, 4 dots.
Changes pace.
Yes.
Bowling a lot
Quicker.
flatter and faster and bowling the ball into the surface, which is what I think that you have to do once you're bowling here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Got to bowl the ball into the surface. It makes scoring so much difficult, especially if the batsmen are not balanced in their stroke play. Maiden over.
Well bowled. 58 for 1 after 13.
The first maiden of the day.
No, I think
No, the second.
Seni Virat.
Yeah, my second.
Yes, he got 1. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Camargo is now bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4.
So for a spinner to be coming on at this time with all the vast space here shows that he's just adjusted his line completely and decided that he's going to bowl the ball into the surface.
Well, both of them are bowling very well in tandem. Slow left arm of Chamadita continues. He bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 9.
Viran is not afraid to flight the ball at all. Fontaine 20 from 27. Dawn 26 from 39. These middle overs are going to be crucial. See that delivery, Terry? Yeah, that's where the confidence comes in. Fontaine has to be able to use his feet and hit that ball down the ground. He's got to be confident.
Plays that through the mid-wicket area. Pick up a couple. So that raises the 50 partnership between Fontaine and Dawn. 60 for 1 in over number 14. Fontaine moves to 22. Dawn is on 26. And Fontaine will be looking to carry on here now that he's got a start. Got a start in both matches. 19 in the first match, 18 in the second.
They'll look to improve on his strike rate as well. Let me see his strike rate, Terry.
71.
Yeah, it's got to look to work on that.
Picks up a comfortable single there, so he moves on to 23, 61 for 1.
Sure, the backroom staff would have been very much concerned about the percentage of dot balls in the first 2 games. Want to be able to minimize those. If you can maybe pick up an extra 40, 45 singles from those. Very high percentage. Yeah, it's got to get closer to that ball down. It's trying to go leg side. It's got to get closer and play it a lot more later. Pretty interesting field, Terry. They've got a mid-on for the leg spinner, and then they've got a long off. And then they got a very short mid-off. I don't see Dawn hitting that ball all the way down to that long off field, Terry, at all. Maybe they know something that I don't know about Dawn.
Maybe, because that short mid-off was in position for Fontaine, and then when Fontaine chipped one just over the fielder's head, they kept him in for Dawn as well. Anyway, 14 overs have been completed, 61 for 1. West Indies under 19s. Dawn is on 26. Fontaine is on 23. Camargo will continue with these off breaks from the commentary box end. 3 fielders in the deep on the onside for Fontaine, who pushes that square of the wicket for another comfortable 2.
No, it's amazing, Terry. If you pass outside of the Coolidge Cricket Ground and you may be driving down, you'll tend to look at the ground and say it's pretty small, but the square boundaries are 70 meters. And the straight boundaries are also 70 meters. So you'll be there saying, oh, that's a small boundary, until when you turn out to bat or turn out to bowl.
Looks can be deceiving.
It certainly can be. So too can sound. Normally you hear somebody talking Terry and you says, Terry, I thought Terry was a big man.
True.
You Terry? No, I can't believe that.
So a slip back in play for Fontaine, facing Kamage, and does well to get a hand on that.
Do you think he had to dive there?
I don't think so. I don't think they ever have to dive.
Just stay on his feet. He maybe needs to have a look at some videos of Roger Harper.
Yeah, I was
swooping around there.
Skip round there, pick that up. Played firmly, but straight to short mid-wicket. Certainly keeping it tight. 2 off the first ball and 4 dots.
Yeah, 63 for 1. So good morning to Tricia Fox in Connecticut. Sci-Fi Phillip. Some folks in Bermuda, Mr. Douglas. Other folks, John Maynard in the United Kingdom. Over comes to an end. 15 overs. So at the end of 15, Terry, 64 for 1. Not bad going at all.
Not at all. Been a good little partnership this, worth 54. So the early loss of the big hitting Zachary Carter, and then misfortune for Micah Greenwich having to retire hurt, which looks like took a blow the upper leg region or around the thigh.
I was surprised when the physio came out, so
I
don't know if it was maybe something more than...
I was a bit surprised that he
just a blow
he
as well.
got stretchered off.
Yeah.
But what could have happened though? It could have hit
The hip bone.
The hip bone, yeah.
Remember, they're not as strong as us 40, 50 years ago. Right? We took so many tumblings.
Don't go there, Vernon.
We took so many tumblings, Terry. Sometimes when we look back at our lives, some of the things that we did, Terry, we would be like, did you really jump off?
Most definitely. And nobody could spell physiotherapist, let alone unheard of one. Akash, the leading wicket taker in the series so far, with his leg spin, comes into the attack.
Yeah. Last game he would have had 10 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 3 wickets.
Yeah.
I think in the first game he would have got 4, right, Terry?
4 for 33 in the first game.
So he's been consistent. And he's going to be a torment, Terry, because what automatically happens is that he bowls the ball into the surface and he bowls it quickly.
Very quickly.
Yeah,
very
so
quick action.
Yeah, so your defense is going to have to be as tight as possible. Going to have to get that bat in front of the pad. Fontaine is going to be tested.
Cuts that one off the stumps for a single.
Got to be careful. Don't expose those stumps to Akish.
Akash replacing Chamadita, who bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. Spinners prior to this over bowled 8 overs for 19. Good tight going. 65 for 1. We're in over number 16 as Dawn comes into strike. Plays that nicely up to a long off for an easy single.
I like the presentation of that shot from Joshua Dawn. And that's what I would want to see him apply as well to the medium pacers. Presentation of the bat.
Right behind the ball.
Yeah, look to hit the ball right down the ground.
Again, on the cut is Fontaine. Cover point, field out on the boundary. Does the fielding. They pick up one more.
Not much breeze today, Terry. There's a slight breeze. On a hot day here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Very hot, definitely. Again, Dawn strums it up to mid-off for an easy single.
I think that short extra cover is wasted. You really need to bring the long off straighter. Maybe bring the long off in line with the Antigua and Barbuda flag. Take the short extra cover fielder back so he can be able to see the ball. Because it really makes no sense, really, in terms of his position where it is. Because once the ball goes past him, it's a single.
Yeah.
The job of the fielders inside the 30-yard circle is to stop a single, not to give away a single.
Okay, so we've had 16 overs. At the first water break of the day. West Indies under-19s electing to bat first to 68 for 1. Fontaine is on 28. And guess what? Captain Dawn is on 28 also. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with live action on
So we back with the action. Straight after the first hour of play. And Dawn with his first delivery from Gamaji. Gets back onto the back foot and spanks it out to the sweeper. He now goes to 29. Score goes up to 69 for 1. Brings Fontaine into strike. Gets a delivery. Comes quietly forward and plays it down into the backward point area. Remember, this is the Cricket West Indies under 19. Sri Lanka under 19. 7-match 50 over series being held in Antigua and Barbuda. First 4 games here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the other 3 games will be at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's on the West Indies YouTube channel, live on the 360 television. Fontaine back, can't score, can't beat the bowler. Umpires signal that there are 2 deliveries left in the 17th over. Flatter, faster. Fontaine is going to have to be as careful as possible. He's going to have to be as tight too in his defense. He's done all the hard work so far. He's got to rebuild, got to start all over, got to bat for another hour. Down the onside. Got something onto that. So racing away down to the fine leg area. And it's gone for 4. Bad miss there by the fielder. Coming around from deep backward square. The Fontaine gets a boundary from a badly lined delivery. It was quicker, fast delivery down the onside, and Fontaine got bat onto it. And on this fast outfield, it brought up another boundary for the West Indies under 19 player from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Got to stay on your feet. A lot of the youngsters are diving around. Score in the meantime goes up to 73 for 1. Fontaine is on 32. And the captain, Dawn, is on 29. Count run rate 4.29. Policeman just having some exercises on the right of us by the Sri Lankan dressing room. Shamika. Another change in bowling action for Sri Lanka. Terriers just had a coffee break. I wonder if Trisha Fox has had her coffee break as yet. Back with you, Terry.
You need it. Yes, back. Thank you, Bo.
I forgot to work with my cup.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Cleaned him up.
Straight through. Can't believe it.
Played down the wrong line, Terry.
You
and
know,
again, I was talking about it, Terry, about the confidence of coming forward. It was caught on the crease.
Yep, just
and
a
played around
stride.
a nothing delivery, more or less.
Big blow, though. A clash again. He's been the torment. Oh, no.
No, it's not
Seen it.
Shamika. It's got a new bowler.
Hina Tagala.
Tagala. Look at it, Terry. Caught in no man's land. Just there.
Oh, right down the wrong line.
Yeah, you got to defend. You got to get that stride out, Terry, and covering the line of the ball. You can't get bowled there.
So, West Indies under 19s lose their second. Big wicket of captain Joshua Dawn. He's gone for 29 or 45 deliveries, 5 fours in that 29. Cleaned up by Hina Tagala. 73 for 2 in over number 18. So they added some 63 runs. They're looking good there, Dawn and Asino.
Almost a suicide single there, Terry, but he is off and running. Tyreek Bryan, left-hander. It's a long time, Terry. I haven't seen two left-hander openers for the West Indies team. Greenwich, we had Greenwich first and Carter.
Yes.
And now we have another left-hander here. And Bryan.
So the left arm spin of Hina Tagala. Getting the breakthrough. Sri Lanka boys on their toes again.
So let's look again, Terry. The long off. Why is the long off? I still can't get that worked out. Somebody will have to tell me about that feeler. I don't see any other West Indian batsmen, Terry, hitting the ball down to long off because they're not using their feet.
True, and he's got more or less two short extra covers, although
he's not put the long on back. I don't think he's just given the single away there.
Quick work by keeper Hilmar. Fontaine had not moved though. 74 for 2 in over number 18.
Hilmar's glove work has been excellent.
Yes.
And he's looked like an accomplished batsman
tidy
as well too.
Tyreek Bryan is a wicket-keeper batsman also.
So
drafted into the team today.
Well, he certainly has to be a good wicket-keeper batsman because he's batting very high in this team.
There.
Oh my gosh. I didn't.
But interesting, could you say that because in the West Indies Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs championship, Tyreek Bryan 226 runs, but he did bowl, picked up a wicket, so he can do anything.
Okay.
But it would be interesting to see if Nelson keeps the gloves.
Well, Nelson will be the keeper, so let's move on, Terry.
All right. Enough of that. Gamange continues. 74 for 2, in over number 19. Ball into Bryan. Bryan is back, defending that into the onside. No run.
Bryan looks like a very busy player here, Bryan. Fontaine starved of the strike here. Now, 32 from 49. Bryan just needs to have a look. No need to get out now. They've already lost their captain, Dawn.
Captain Dawn, a hard-hitting Zachary Carter, who that turned on him. Took a leading edge, but along the ground.
Got to play each ball on its merit here, Bryan. This is his first game of the series.
And keep in mind, too, that Micah Greenwich had to retire hurt. So 2 down on the score sheet. 1 retired hurt. Hopefully he'll be able to return if needed. Round the wicket, Gamage to the left-handed Bryan. Defends that. Maiden over. 74 for 2 after 19.
Third of the day. 2 so far by spinners. 1 from Masima. Remember, you can follow all of the live action on the West Indies YouTube channel. Compliments of 360. I'm alongside my colleague Terry Laraja. And I'm Vernon A. Springer. And we're bringing to you live cricket action from Antigua and Barbuda, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The 7-match series. So good morning to the folks in Sri Lanka. We'll be glued to their television. Fontaine is back and pulling this into the mid-wicket area for a boundary. Lovely shot. Judge the length there is more or less dragged down delivery. And he stayed on top of it and hit it nicely for 4 into the vacant mid-wicket area. So he goes quickly up to 36. Just had one of the big airlines just touch down. Sounds like Caribbean Airlines. At the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I think might be the first three that we have seen of this innings. Terry. One thing goes to 39. Tyreek Bryan from Jamaica. Just had the elections completed. What was impressive about that, Terry, is that by midnight we knew who was the government in Jamaica.
That was impressive, but normally it takes forever.
In some countries.
Mm.
Where you have less population.
Right.
But it's just a system, Terry. You don't think sometimes the people know who's going to win, Terry, but they have to drag it out, make you frustrated, get the supporters angry, more or less. Lovely shot there by Bryan, getting an easy single. And like I was saying to you earlier, Terry, I was impressed by the opposition leader's speech. It really was a bitter pill for the opposition, because it was a very close election, 34 to 29. But what he was saying is that the maturity, he was so pleased about the non-violence in the elections. And you know, normally when you hear elections in Jamaica, it always turns out to be very ugly.
Most definitely, and especially with it being close like that, to accept it no problem is very good.
Unlike in Ghana, we're hearing a lot of talk about a lot of things, but we'll follow that over the next couple of days.
So what is the latest?
If Ranelli,
Easy, yeah. That's what I heard that.
He won hands down.
Right.
I mean, Ghana has progressed under him. You know, Terry, it's always very hard to go for something three-peat. It doesn't matter what it is, whether in sports, politics. That's always the hardest.
Played nicely by Bryan through the offside.
It just showed you
Pick up one.
the impact of the amount of work that the opposition would have put in the last election as compared to the one before, because they got blown out in the second term, you know, in 2020. So to come back and be able to increase their seats showed that they would have really put in a lot of work, brought in a lot of young blood. Wavell Hines, congratulations again to Wavell, who's now an MP. Pressure building here, Terry. 83 for 2 in over number 21.
Good single. Good running. Called early. Backed his partner.
I think all eyes now, Terry, are going to be on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because elections are due.
5-star general.
Yeah, what he says, he's going for number 6. That is going to be very key. I think he might be motivated now that you've had elections in Jamaica and Guyana. I could see maybe elections being called in November, Terry, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ralph might maybe have an early Christmas elections. He's itching.
Cricket West Indies President, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
No, we have to wait until nomination day.
Right.
A lot of things can happen by now and then. So I'm not going on that road with you, Terry.
I was just saying, keeping
you wait until
Ralph honors.
You wait until nomination day, Terry, and we know all who will be running. Over number 21 comes to an end. 86 for 2. Technical director. He's had to get a cup of coffee as well too.
Exactly, because
that's how cold in here is. It's not Connecticut. It's not Connecticut weather.
If we could,
but it's getting close there.
If we could get the control and stop that thing going up and down, it'd be all right.
Yes, sir. You got to come loaded for the weather. We brought our sweaters.
We have.
Right.
86 for 2. Tamadita. The ring and the changes. He's back in for his 5th over. No wicket for 12 of 4 so far.
41 to Fontaine.
Yes, an
You
important.
want to turn this one first into a
keeps
half
going.
century.
Exactly. Make that 42 as he plays that into the square leg region. So 87 for 2. We're in over number 22.
Talking to the Sri Lankan management, have indicated that it's been first-class treatment from their liaison officer right up to the bus driver to the groundsman. They've really enjoyed this tour, and it's more or less a development tour for them. So for Cricket West Indies to have given them this opportunity to have 7 games, the atmosphere, they just love the weather. They love the food as well too.
Yeah, well, remind them a lot of
home.
home.
And they were talking about the comradeship between both teams. A lot of the youngsters from the West Indies share their own cultures and their values and their own careers. You know, maybe another 5 years, Terry, most of these will be playing against each other.
Exactly.
Maybe even less than 5, Terry.
Even less. Yeah.
Based on what we've seen right now.
Oh, takes the edge just in front of slip. Yes, and they had a week or so here in Antigua prior to the series to help them acclimatize, and so as we say, great initiative by Cricket West Indies following through. It was started a few years ago, and of course we'll have the tri-series also that the West Indies under-19s will be a part of, all in preparation for the World Cup.
So, 1 run coming out of that over. Viran is getting to his overs very quickly. Terry, not for 13 from 5. 87 for 2. Got to be able to walk in my cup the next time around. My hot cup, and get a cup of tea from Terry, a cup of coffee. Nescafe.
Plenty of cups, Vern. You made sure of that. So 87 for 2. 1 retired hurt. Interesting stage as we approach in the halfway mark of this West Indies under-19s innings.
Sri Lanka have gone about something different this time, Terry. They look like they're holding back Akish.
Yeah, well, he only bowled the
solitary over?
The one over.
The one over. Yeah.
No wicket for 4.
So I think maybe they're working on something. And then he's maybe going to become like a hurricane to the middle overs.
Hina Tagala got the breakthrough and then was replaced. And pinch a single there to mid-off. Good run in again between Brian and Fontaine.
Fielder caught on his heels there at that point in time.
Field swaps around for the left-handed Tyreek Bryan. Round the wicket now, Kagame. Beaten, good ball.
I think he would have said he would have played inside the line of that delivery.
They all say that, though.
Yeah, he'll tell you, I'm a keeper. I just picked the line of that.
Speaking of keepers, and we have been, we must ask Mr. Proverbs that
yes,
he
did indicate it to me.
Right.
The batsman didn't hit the ball.
No.
So
automatically
it would have been a bye.
Right.
Yes. But he did alert that to me.
Right.
Well, quick work
again. Quick work again by Hilmai. Not out.
Because I think what automatically happened, you remember the batsman didn't play the ball.
No, he did play the ball, but he missed.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So he missed it.
Yeah.
Right.
Clean bowling. No ball.
No ball.
Because
so
free hit.
Yeah, so it had to be signaled a bye. He did meet me in the hallway, and they did indicate to me. So he's listening to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Match Referee.
Excellent. Stop, start. They go back though. All good in the long run. 88 for 2.
There's a little bit of pressure building here, Terry.
But just to clarify, it is simply because it didn't hit any part of the batsman's body.
Yes.
Because that's beautifully played by Tyreek Bryan. Late cut, pass backward point into the boundary. 4 runs to complete the over. We've had 23, 92 without loss.
And the first real... There have been a couple of lapses this morning in the field, but that, by the standards that the Sri Lankan under-19 would have set, they'll be very disappointed that the field at backward point didn't stop that. Because once it got past him, he was going to run away for 4.
Nevertheless, good shot though by Bryan. He moves on to 8.
His first boundary of the morning.
It was. Yes, and just to finish on that, if it hits any part of the body, it will be given as a leg bye.
Yes.
But because it didn't, and all it did was hit the stumps...
The umpire had no other choice but to signal bye.
Exactly, which is pretty rough. They get it tough, don't they, these keepers?
That's part of life. Who I feel for sometimes is the bowlers.
What, when the keepers miss, or don't quite keep up with the ball?
Yeah.
Tough job.
You know, if we're starting to look at compensation, Terry, you almost feel that the wicketkeeper should get the same amount of pay as the captain.
True.
What do you think?
Well, he does all the work, doesn't he?
And if he's an opening bat, swept away.
That was very interesting, that, because he just moved the deep backwards square to a deep mid-wicket and brought the deep backwards square, the fine leg into a short backward square.
There was a poorly lined delivery as well too, because it was outside the leg stump of Fontaine, who all he had to do was just make contact, driven down the ground.
Good innings, moves to within 2 of his 50, 97 for 2 in over number 24.
Based on the standard so far, projected score 208, but we never know what is enough. West Indies under 19, they're scoring at well over 4.16 in the process. Bryan comes quietly forward with nice soft hands with the top hand in control. Looks a very busy player, Bryan. I'd like to see him spend some time at the crease, see what he looks like. Business-like.
Hit that firmly, but well fielded of his own bowling by Chumadita.
Well, he's the first player, Terry, who confidently, I think we were talking about using his feet, who has shown that inclination. So, let's see if he goes from strength to strength. Nice change of delivery there. That took a long time to get to Bryan.
Again, nicely played, just knocks that into the onside for a single. Brings the over to an end.
Yeah. He's got good wrist, Bryan. Just the way we work that. He's gone for a towel break there in the meantime.
98 for 2 after 24. Bryan has moved on to 9. Fontaine, 48. Good innings this by Fontaine. Came in at the fall of Zachary Carter's wicket, the score on 10. And the loss of Micah Greenwich, retired hurt for 2. It was important that he joined his skipper in Dawn. They put 63 on the board for the second wicket. Fontaine has kept going after a couple of starts in the first two matches. With scores of 19 and 18. This one kicked on to 48 as Brian is facing new over by Hina Tagala. So he's changed ends, picked up the important wicket of Joshua Dawn. Left-hander to left-hander.
Yeah, I like Brian. I like the approach and the intent so far by Brian Terry. You could see him looking to advance. He's not afraid to use his feet. This is good. This is something I was talking about this morning. I want to see a player, use his feet. It's got a little mannerism of a Mackenzie. Sweet, lovely shot.
Looking for two, also excellent running.
Sweet, well played. I think he turned blind, and that's why he was scampering. Terry took a long time to change his bat there in the process. Got a little bruise. Well, you'll be okay.
A great intent from the time he hits it. Cold for two.
Yeah.
He's quick. He's Jamaican. You have to be quick. 100 up for West Indies under 19s. 100 for two.
So is O'Shane Thomas quick?
No, but he is a work in progress, I believe.
$100 up for the cricket.
Don't be rude, Vernon.
I'm not being rude, Terry. I'm just making a comment. You said everybody from Jamaica is quick, so I was just following through on what you said. It was actually a very polite question. I didn't mean anything. We're having a little banter. That's why we're in the commentary booth. We are the armchair critics.
We are, yes.
Right, so
plenty of them. I enjoyed that. Video you sent me yesterday.
You didn't hear it before?
No.
Man, that's why I sent it to you.
When the debacle happened, I tried to keep away from people because they what happened? What do you expect was going to happen? But anyway, 48, Fontaine on strike.
You always keep those things. You always keep those things in your archives, Terry. Over comes to an end.
Yes.
We're halfway there. 25 gone.
101 for two.
Mm.
Not bad positioning for West Indies under 19s. Now there's a team meeting going on here. This is interesting. Look at this, Vernon.
I think it's in terms of when they're going to bring Akash.
Well, they need the whole team to decide that.
Well, they've got maybe certain targets, Terry.
But this is good to see. Talk about team morale, team boosting. The whole Sri Lankan team has got together and come up with something.
Our technician is doing some push-ups.
And there we go. He's going to come on from the commentary box in.
There we go.
My God.
So it's all happening.
Isn't it great to be young?
You're as young as you feel, Terry.
Me? I got down there, it would be stumps by the time I got back up.
Oh, come on, Terry. You got to move your body, Terry. Come on.
I do. Haven't you seen me sprint up the stairs?
Yeah. So
down the stairs?
Don't worry. So if you can't do push-ups on the ground, Terry, you do them on the wall.
Well, you don't do them at all, yeah. 101 for two after 25. Brian is on strike. He's on 12. And he's facing the danger man, Akash. Beats him. Another good delivery.
Yeah. Well, Brian is going to have a look at Akash. He's going at him. He don't need to go at him. He needs to Just wait. Just have a look. Lead head and shoulders. Look at his bowling arm. That's going to be very important. They've got to slip in. Protection on the leg side. At least 3 leg side fielders. Like Brian, he's stylishly. He's looked like a.
He's stylish and he looks very positive.
Yeah.
Especially facing the spin.
His intent is what I like, and he's got good hands. You could see that. Now, you don't normally see West Indian batsmen really look fancy and turn the ball around. And I like the look of Brian here so far. Beautiful shot.
Using his wrists.
Yeah. Just need to turn that hip around now and then just find the gap. But he's there. How old is he, Terry? I know you got your stats there lined up. You did say he scored about 200 and odd runs in the under-19 tournament. You could see why. He looks easy on the eyes. I like him.
Yes, he scored 226 at 28.25 with a high score of 58.
And he had a wicket as well, too.
He had a wicket.
So what if he bowls left-arm spin, like Carter? Keep batting, keep batting. This is the first time he'll be seeing, in fact, he'll be facing Akash. So he maybe just need to just have a look at him and knows that every time he flights that ball, he wants to score off of that delivery. The next ball that he bowls into the surface, you make sure you have a good defense. Well played by the young man. And Akash is a kind of bowler. He doesn't like any runs to come off of him. He just took the hat from the umpire and he was disgusted about that.
17 years.
He's 17 years old.
He is.
Born on January 4th, 2008. So I think I need to just pencil that name down. Tyreek Bryan. Looks very, 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 very positive, and he looks stylish. It's a long time I haven't seen a young stylish batsman. And like I said, he's got a little touch about Mackenzie about him. Showing a little bit of flair. 102 for 2. 24 overs to go.
Hina Tagala will continue from the commentary box.
A lot of sunscreen here, man.
Left arm to left arm, yes.
79 degrees in Connecticut today, Terry.
How much?
79.
Whoa. Heat wave.
How much you think it is here? Maybe about 89, right?
Yes.
Maybe feels like
90 now.
Feels like 90 now. Yeah.
Especially with very limited breeze today.
The West Indies flag limping. The Sri Lankan flag trying to get up. And the Antigua and Barbuda flag not moving at all. But somewhere along the line, we see this green scenery around here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Brian.
He looked to come forward then.
Yeah.
Hina Tagala pulled his length back a touch.
One thing about Brian is that he's looking to get off strike. So although he's looking stylish, he's got good wrists. He's been able to maneuver the ball very well. And he wants to get Fontaine on strike. So this is good batting.
Uses his feet this time. Just clears short mid-wicket.
He's going to come back for 2. Yes. Think he got a hand to that, Terry.
I think he did.
But he was so close, Terry. That's what we're talking about. That was a big effort. Very, 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 very big effort. From the captain as well, too. He needed a ladder to get up there.
The sheet now. That's good.
That was our sheet from the first day. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as they don't change their jerseys, we'll be right.
Yeah.
Moved on to 15 as Brian.
Beautiful
nicely.
Shot. Just look at this young man.
The carpets.
Yeah, I like him. I like the look of him.
Now this will be interesting. There's a one ball of the over left. Fontaine has finally got the strike back. He's been starved of it. He's been stuck on 48. Nothing rash, son. You got all day. 105 for 2. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander. Plays it off the back foot. Bowler does the fielding. And over comes to an end. So 105 for 2 after 27. Fontaine remains on 48. And Brian is on 16. Ground here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, bathed in sunshine at the moment. A couple of spectators I saw when I was out there before.
The Miller Pavilion only has 3 spectators today.
Yes, so far.
But in the stands here, on our left,
down there,
there are a couple of folks.
Yeah.
Some parents and some supporters.
President of Leeward Islands, Enoch Lewis, is in the house. A catch swept by Brian down to fine leg for a single. So here's Fontaine's chance. He's got 4 deliveries. He's on 48, 106 for 2. We're in over number 28.
The first task would be to get to that half century. And then the next task would be to get to 100. He has to bat all of the overs. He's now the team leader. He's got to bat all 50 if West Indies is going to get anywhere close to 240, 260. He's already faced some 63 balls. So he has to keep going. Pushes it down the ground for his 49th run. We have not allowed Akish to settle at all, Terry.
No, they're playing him a lot more positive.
It's a new day anyhow.
But he's a wily customer. He got through.
On track number 5, he picked up 7 wickets.
Quickly.
And maybe the objective here from West Indies under 19 is to make sure that Akish does not get any wickets.
Play him out.
Yeah.
107 for 2. Brian back on strike. He's on 17. Looks for the sweep. Big appeal.
That's outside the leg stump.
Good.
And he needs to get behind the stump, Akish.
Yes, instead of appealing. Go through for a leg by. Look at that again.
And he was pitch outside the line at leg
miles outside.
Yeah.
And hit him miles outside.
He really wanted that?
But really
I'm glad that Akish is not an umpire.
Playing a deep mid-wicket for Fontaine, who strums it up to mid-on and sprints through for very well played 50. They could get an overthrow there if they want it, and they will. So he picks up 2 with the overthrow and moves on to 51, coming off 65 deliveries.
7 fours, a strike rate of 78.46.
Excellent.
And I think he will remember this for a very long time. The player from the Commonwealth of Dominica, and he would know that his job is not done as yet.
So Hina Tagala will continue from the commentary box end. With a nice use of the feet there by Tariq Bryan. So 110 for 2. We're in over number 29. And Hina Tagala Deciding to come around the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Doing his job though, keeping it pretty tidy. He's into his 5th over, 1 for 15, the important wicket of Joshua Dawn for Hina Tagala. Just in the field, he bowled 1 ball round the wicket, now he's back over the wicket, left-hander to left-hander, swept and swept powerfully. Beautiful shot that by Tyreek Bryan. Raced through the mid-wicket region into the boundary, 4 runs. Very good looking shot that. Hit it with some power. Well, he moves on to 21, 114 for 2. Three men out on the onside now as Hina Tagala in again. This one played quietly to short extra cover and there's no run. So he's taken the short mid wicket out, put him in to the offside. It's turned nicely into the onside by Brian for an easy single. Looking good, moves up to 22. 115 for 2. Fontaine back on strike, he's on 51. Been an excellent knock so far by the young Dominican. Beaten, big appeal given. Woohoo! Another one that doesn't believe he edged it through. Be interested in the replay, but a good delivery, just straightened on him. Took the outside edge. Big breakthrough, this again by Hina Tagala. Picked up Captain Dawn, and now he's got the half-century maker in Fontaine. Just watching the replay.
Well,
yeah.
Good decision.
Looks like he hit that one.
Good decision.
So a good innings by Fontaine comes to an end. He's gone for 52. 115 for 3. West Indies under 19s.
Hesitation, Terry. You see, the bat away from the pad. Got to get the left foot coming in line tighter on that shot and leading into the ball, head and shoulders. He was searching for it. And he knew it earlier clock. Very good catch again by the Sri Lankan wicketkeeper.
Another good catch, yes.
Yeah. Got to get that stride out, Terry. You know, you got to be confident. You got to lead with your head and your shoulders and get that top hand. The top hand is got to be controlling. So that left foot is marching out to the ball. And you're staying low to the ball right in front of that pad. Got to be confident. But a well played knock by Fontaine. It now brings in our good friend, Jonathan Van Lan. And he's coming at a right time.
Oh, hopefully he's over that little niggle he picked up in the second match.
Well, he would have had a nice
in the
bath
field
over a couple of days ago.
Ice bath had fixed that.
Oh, in a hurry.
115 for 3 after 29 as the cash continues. This one's played quietly into the offside by Brian. No run.
You know, Brian has got a good start. He's got 22 from 51. He's done all the hard work. So he now has to keep going. And the objective here would be make sure that Akash doesn't get any wickets at all. Keep him out.
Yes, that should be the order of the day. Leading wicket taker so far in the series with 7 scalps. 4 in the first, 3 in the second. Swept again by Brian. Down to fine leg for a single, so he moves on to 23, 116 for 3. We're in over number 30.
No, this is the part that I don't like, Terry. Look at where Van Lan is.
And the long off is still in place. Bring him up, at least for the start of the innings.
Look at where the long off is. Why is the long off? He should be brought up inside the circle.
Hard-hitting Jonathan Van Lang scored 83 in the first match, 26 in the second. He's having a good series. Bang on target as Akash, defended comfortably by Van Lang.
I'd like that long off to come up, Terry. They've been employing that fielder there for some particular reason. So let's see what happens. Now the mid-on is going back.
Yeah, they put the mid-on back on the ropes. Is that one turned back out a square? Gets Van Lang going. He moves on to 1. 117 for 3.
He showed in the first innings, Terry, that he's got some ability. And he can hit a long ball as well.
Field just changing ground for left-handed Tyreek Bryan. Beaten that time to complete the over by Akash. So 117 for 3 after 30. Brian is on 23. Van Lang is on 1. So with some 20 overs remaining, 117 for 3. West Indies under 19s. Looking to build another partnership here. Tagala will continue. Picked up the wicket of the Fontaine in the last over. For 5 overs so far, no maidens, 2 for 20. Coming round the wicket to the right-handed Van Lang. Pushes that past the short extra cover for a single. He moves on to 2, 118 for 3 and over number 31. Adjustments in the field. He come back over the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Turned easily into the mid-wicket area. Deep mid-wicket comes off the fence, fires return in. Keeper gets a bad bounce, but well backed up. It's the single, 119 for 3. Brian moves on to 24. Some 55 deliveries. He's looked good. 2 fours amongst that 24. Again, turned back with a square this time by Van Lang for another single. So working it round, left, right hand combination. Hina Tagala into Brian. On the sweep again, catches the top end of the bat, and good catch out on the mid-wicket boundary. Had to run round, he didn't get over the top of that, it was wider by Hina Tagala. And a good-looking innings by Tyreek Bryan comes to an end. West Indies under-19s lose their fourth. It's 120 for 4.
Yeah. Looking here at Brian, you may be very disappointed. Took the one from outside the line of the off stump as well to Terry. Excellent catch here. Maybe about
good running catch for sure.
Maybe about 65 meters.
Stayed on his feet.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Good observation, Terry.
Brian gone for 24. And this is good bowling by Hina Tagala. While they're concentrating on keeping a cash out, picks up his third.
Yeah.
3 good scalps to get to. So 24 of 56 deliveries with 2 fours, Tyreek Bryan in his first match today, left-handed wicket-keeper batsman. Three for 23 in his 6th over now, Hina Tagala. Looks so. Yeah. So Micah Greenidge has returned. He retired hurt earlier today with what looked like an injury to his upper thigh or hip region.
Could be the hip bone.
Could be the hip bone. Not funny when it hits the hip bone. And he takes a single to complete a successful over there by Hina Tagala. So he moves on to 3. The score is 121 for 4 at the end of 31.
So the West Indies losing their first wicket at 18 for 1. That was Carter. 73 for 2, Captain Dawn. Fontaine would have been the 3rd wicket.
And he's gone through him. So Greenidge has another good day. Got hits, stretch it off, and he's come back at the fall of the 4th wicket, and he's being cleaned up by Akash. So again, Sri Lankan spinners keeping West Indies in check and doing the job as they continue to pick up wickets. Stumped.
That was a loose shot.
Miles out of his ground.
That's a loose shot.
Falling into the shot. Couldn't get back. And Hilmai does an excellent job there behind the sticks.
Where was he going, Terry? No need for that.
No, not at all. As we look at it again, if you just moved his front foot forward, it was just a half shuffle. Then he went into a full stride, but moved his back foot at the same time, the momentum carrying him forward. Good work by keeper Hilmai. (121 for 5) and over number 32 through quick wickets. 3 quick wickets. They've lost, what's that, 3 for 6 in this passage of play.
That's the third wicket on the third wicket fell on one, Terry.
Sorry?
The third wicket of Fontaine fell when the score was
115.
115. Boodoo, very busy player. He comes out. I think when Greenwich look back at the end of the day and see how he got out, he'll be very, very, very disappointed. Greenwich.
Yes, definitely. Played all around the delivery and just the momentum carrying a back foot outside the crease. As we say, good work by the Sri Lankan keeper. Cash into Van Lang. That's gone through short extra cover straight between his legs. It's hit firmly or punched firmly off the back foot by Van Lang, and he picks up 2.
You know, Terry, we've seen 3 games so far. 2 games, individual runs have been pretty tough to come by. We've seen a century from the Sri Lankan batsman. 3 half centuries from Cricket West Indies batsmen so far. Van Lang 83, Dawn 82, and Fontaine 51. So, with what we could be considered to be maybe 18 overs to go, if Van Lang can get some momentum along with Boodoo, West Indies can maybe still get up to 230, 240.
Yes, very true. They just they definitely need another partnership, but losing 3 for 6 has not helped their cause. But you have to give full credit to the Sri Lankan spinners. They've done the trick again. Hina Tigala will continue. He bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24, and 3 big wickets that he got.
6 bowlers used so far.
Akash, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. But even the other spinners, Chamadita and Gamage, kept it tight. No wicket for 19 and no wicket for 21 off 6 and 8 overs respectively. So important partnership this for West Indies under 19s between Brendan Boodoo and Jonathan Van Lang, who, as we know, are both quite capable enough. Kept out there by Boodoo. Got short extra cover, short mid-wicket, and a slip in place. And that is put down there, short mid-wicket. He got a hand to it. It was hit firmly by Boodoo. Flung the right hand out. Didn't stick. Boodoo survives. He's close in there, Vern.
Yeah, pretty close. Got to give yourself some room.
125 for 5 in over number 33. Boodoo moves to 2.
The West Indians tend to go hard at the ball. So you got to give yourself some room. You can't get too close. You got to go back into the traditional short mid-wicket position. Now the bowler is now saying that to him. Got to give yourself some room. Can't get too close. It's better to start from, maybe 10 meters back, Terry, and start moving in, so you look and you see in terms of what's happening, but then being too close. Van Naan is going to have to be very careful. He's almost caught there on the crease again.
Two deliveries in a row.
Yeah, not wanting to get out onto the front foot. Get out onto that front foot. You're a big guy.
Coming right across his stumps. Gets that one to backward point. Can't beat the field to complete the over. So Sri Lanka under-19s with a pep in their step. West Indies under-19s 125 for 5 after 33. Van Lang on 5 and Boodoo on 2. Akash starts a new over. Ball into Boodoo. Boodoo's on the cut. Big appeal. Gone. Another one down. Trying to cut a quicker, flatter delivery. Probably too close. West Indies under-19s in more strife here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They lose their 6th, 125 for 6.
I think they want to go to the beach.
Well,
Jerry, what do you think?
Not good. We'll have a drinks break. Don't know about the beach break, Vern, but we'll have a drinks break as the players take their water break. Second one for the afternoon at 125 for 6. Sri Lanka under-19s.
But just before that, Terry, first hour 68 for 1, 16 overs, and second hour 125 for 6. Terry's going to have a coffee break. into Miller. And Miller is falling over, turning it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. So Akash has already picked up 2 for 14, Terry. We were talking about keeping him out of the wicket column. He's now the leading wicket taker so far from 3 games. He's got 9 wickets. Miller playing a naughty shot. Maiden wicket over. As I welcome back my colleague Tewila Raja. At the end of 34 with 16 overs to go. West Indies under 19 who won the toss. They're 125 for 6 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, excellent work being done here by the young Sri Lankan spinners, working in tandem. He's in 4 for 10. West Indies are 110 for 2 after 28, and then 115 for 3 when Fontaine went for 51. That was after 29 overs. And triggered a collapse, 125 for 6.
First hour, Terry, off 16 overs. West Indies was 68 for 1. The second hour, at the end of 33.1 overs, 125 for 6. Which means that they would have scored some 57 runs in the process and lost 5 wickets.
Lost 5 wickets, yes.
Sri Lankan spinners have really put the pressure on here, Terry.
Hina Tagala continues. Punched off the back foot by Van Lang. Can't beat the field. So he remains on 5. Matthew Miller yet to score.
Long on, long off. Sweeper on the boundary. Deep backward square. Those are the 4 fielders out. Short extra cover mid-wicket. Somebody's in trouble.
And big trouble here. It's going to be run out.
Somebody's in trouble. That can't be a
Miller
single.
didn't respond to Van Lang's call. He got it wide, or he thought he got it wide enough of the short extra cover fielder. He ran, he kept running, and stranded mid-pitch. Easy run out. West Indies under 19s losing their way badly here as Van Lang has to go for 5. Run out. 125 for 7.
But let's look at that, Terry. Because Van Lang is still adamant that was a single. Somebody would have been run out, clearly. Here is Van Lang punching the ball.
It was quick work.
The ball did not beat the field. A good piece of work there. Where was Van Lang going?
Back on his feet. Van Lang just kept going. His call, and he wanted Miller to respond.
It was not a single. Not a single, Terry. You can't hit the ball to the fielder and expect to just take off. You got so much overs to go. There's no hurry. And he was adamant that it was a single. Shakwan Bell comes to the crease. So both batsmen are not. Sri Lanka feeling like they want to bowl the West Indies out before lunch. They're encroaching. They're really going for it. The long off goes back onto the boundary. A ploy which they've worked on for the entire day. Ooh. He's got to cover the line of his off stump. Young Bell. He's just pushing straight down the tracks. Got to defend that off stump. No, he's going to be in trouble. And he clubbers this one over mid-on, down to the boundary for 4. Tossed up nicely. Let's see what the Sri Lankan captain will do, whether he'll still keep the mid-on up.
I think he should. I don't think he's too
he's
perturbed by that. No, he's going to put him out.
He's going to put him back. I would have brought him back up, Terry. You know, he has him 3/4 of the way now.
I would have brought him, lift him up also.
Left him inside the circle.
Yeah, because it was a bit of a hack.
Bell back and punching that out into the offside.
Much better controlled shot.
Well, played off of the back foot there by Bell. Miller. He's still on naught. He's only faced 5 deliveries. Yeah, they brought the Miller. Now he's deciding to put for Miller. Well, in fact, Miller got out the last game, Terry, caught a mid-on. Caught a long off. So he decided to put him right back onto the boundary. Miller comes quietly forward. End of the over. Exciting over. Another wicket taken over for Sri Lanka. And at the end of 35 with 15 to go, West Indies are falling away badly here. They are 130 for 7.
Yes, Sri Lanka under 19s are well on top here at Coolidge. Need a partnership of sorts somewhere from West Indies under 19s. In huge danger of not playing out their full quota of 50 overs. Still 15 overs remaining. Just the 3 wickets left. And all of them lower order batsmen. Imagine how much on top they are. 110 for 2. West Indies under 19s are now slumped to 130 for 7. Cash continues, beats Miller. Half an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Trying to force that off the back foot was Miller. Sorry, it's Ball on strike. He's on 5. Plays that firmly, but straight to short extra cover, no run. Sri Lanka under 19s will be looking to finish this innings off. They've been on the money right through. Partnership for the second wicket between Captain Dawn and Fontaine. Fontaine going on to make his 50. But apart from that, Sri Lankan spinners have worked in tandem extremely well. It's clipped to mid-wicket for a single to Ball. He moves on to 6, 131 for 7. We're in over number 36. Cash just losing his run up there, so he'll go back. Come in again to local boy Matthew Miller. Still on naught. Now he's off the mark. Pushes that through point region, cover point off the boundary. And a single to complete the over. So after 36 overs, West Indies under 19s are 132 for 7. Ball is on 6 and Miller is on 1. Cash 7 overs, 2 for 16. Causing problems once again for West Indies batsman. Hina Tagala 8 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30. And 1 wicket to the seamer. Quick single there. This time home safely. 133 for 7 over number 37. Seth Micah, Sina Varatne, medium pacer. Ball 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Otherwise it's all spin. He got rid of the dangerous Zachary Carter earlier today. Hammered for 6 over long off. Got him next ball, nicking off. Micah Greenwich, though, was an interesting one at the top of the order. I know he got injured today and had to retire hurt. Didn't come back. That shot he played was all around the spin of Akash and falling over. He hasn't really showed much promise, or as much promise as you would like at the top of the order, Vernon.
No, not at all. I know the mindset is clear to go hard in the first power play, but we've really seen some real killer shots selection by some of the players of Cricket West Indies under 19. I look at how Boodoo got out. I look at Van Lan, how he just ran himself out. It's talking about game awareness.
Very true. Hina Tilaga just gets a bit of it on that, does Miller, as he looking to sweep. Premeditated there. Gets away with it, moves on to 3. 135 for 7. Tossed up, enticing bowl, but he has nothing to do with it. Plays a nice forward defensive to complete the over. So at the end of 37 overs, West Indies under 19s, 135 for 7. Ballas on 7. Miller is on 3.
Elaine Turner Pavilion.
Oh, they're here early today.
Yeah, well, Elaine was here. Her mom just came.
Excellent support by those ladies.
Enjoying the sunlight. They're not. I wonder if they'd want to exchange Terry. Bring them into the ice box. 135 for 7.
They seem to like the heat.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They enjoy that.
They sit in the sun no matter where they are.
It doesn't matter. Could be at Ball Beef, Liberta, Pigots, Coolidge, Survivorited Stadium, Warner Park in St. Kitts, wherever. West Indies have just, under 19, have just lost their way here, Terry. Miller searching for one. He's driving.
He's gone.
He's giving his hand away again, Miller. So it has worked, Terry. I was asking why we have the long off down the road there.
Temptation.
And Miller going for an extravagant shot. No need for that. He just needed to just stroke the ball down the ground and just get a single. Another poor shot selection again by West Indian batter. And they are in trouble of being bowled out. Nelson comes out. That shot was not needed. He never got to the pitch of the ball, Miller. And all he needed to do was just stroke the ball down the ground for a single. Now you see, if I'm coaching Terry, Miller has to pay the kitty later.
For sure.
Oh yeah. You can't get out
a few of
there.
them owe the kitty, I think, after this inning.
Well, he'll be involved in 2. The run out. Yeah. Gotta make sure you pay the kitty.
I'll just go and do my report, and I'll be back in a moment.
No problem, Terry, man. 135 for 8. The latest sports coming up here by Terry. It's now 12:07 in Antigua and Barbuda, 11:07 in Jamaica, and the West Indies under 19 at 135 for 8. So almost like a procession of wickets. Akash, 3 for 16. He's already got 10 wickets in this series so far. This is his 8th over. He's going to bowl to Paul Nelson, who's a naught. Bell on 7 from the CIU road end. Here goes Akash. He peeled for a leg before, but he maybe might have got something onto that, or might have been hit or struck outside the line of the off stump. Let's look at the television replay. On the back foot, going down. Maybe height as well too. Pressure taking place here. Akash to Nelson. Again, he's onto the back foot. $135 for 8. Akash is into his 8th over. 3 for 16 so far. Short. And there's a appeal for a leg before. Wide signal by the umpire. Wow. It's all happening here. At the Coolidge Cricket Ground. That was a quicker, faster delivery. They went up for a catch behind, but the umpire's hands came out, signaling it was a wide. Good decision by the umpire. That turned away, didn't touch anything. Nelson is not. 136 for 8 with that wide. Again, Nelson onto the back foot, forcing it out into the offside. Picking up another easy run. And at the end of over number 38, the West Indies are falling down like London bridges. 137 for 8 in 50 overs. Not a good showing here at all by the West Indies. Now the airline is just taking off. Going for the big one as they would consider it to be. Shamika bang on target, 3 for 33. He's into his 10th over so far. He's picked up 3 for 33 so far. Left arm spinner for Sri Lanka. Another dot ball in the process. Nelson is one. Again, Nelson onto his back foot. It's really not balanced here, Nelson. He's playing off of his back foot, but he's going leg side of the ball rather than looking to defend his stumps, mainly. Thou caught. Another soft dismissal. West Indies 137 for 9. $137 for 9. Nelson goes. It's all happening here. Fast and in a hurry. And you'll have to say, the West Indies is one of the greatest Calypsonians the world would have ever seen or heard. Sparrow sang a song. London Bridges is falling down. .137 for 9 in over number 39. Gittins comes out. Young fast bowler. And can he maybe bring, or maybe just stop the slide? I think the West Indies under 19 will have to go back to the drawing board. Their match awareness, some of the players have to be held accountable. Poor shot selection. Can't be giving away your wickets in the manner in which they have demonstrated here today. Gittins waits, who faces first delivery. He just blocks that one. Sri Lanka attacking, slip, short extra cover, short mid wicket, very, very close. Cover, backward point, sweep on the offside, mid on in the circle. It's gone past him again outside the line of the off stump. He's searching for 5, but he doesn't get 5 in the end. He finishes with 4 for 33. Beautiful spell of bowling here by the young man, left arm spinner for Sri Lanka. He's complimented by his teammates. It's like West Indian batters seem not to understand what's happening. They've been spun out in a web like a spider. And some of the shot selection today has been very, 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 very average. Game awareness, match awareness. I think Van Land, when he looks back at how he got out and what he was arguing for to try to get a single, hit a ball to the left of the fielder and just took off, never turned back, never tried to even get back into the crease. He was arguing with a non-striker that it was a single. Akash, his 8 overs has cost him 18 runs. He's picked up 3 wickets so far. He'll be looking for more success. Bell has looked great so far. He just punches this one out to the sweep on the offside. And the score in the meantime goes up to 138 for 9. Bell goes to 8. Brings Gittins into strike. Don't think you need a coach. You need to be able to read the scoreboard. You don't need a coach. You don't need anybody. It's a cricket game. You have to look at the scoreboard. You come out to bat, you know you got 14, 15 overs. There's a lot of balls for you to face. Take your time and bat. Appeal for leg before. He's out leg before. Akash strikes. West Indies bowl out for 138 in 39.2 overs. Fontaine top scoring with 51, 65 balls, 7 fours. Appeal for leg before. And Gittins goes. Leg before to Akash. Quicker, faster delivery. Let's look back at the replay. Oh, hit the back pad. That's a beautiful decision. That's a good decision by the umpire. That would have took out the middle and leg stump. And West Indies, they're bowled out. That's what we was talking about. Defense. Got to work on your defense. Number 8, Akash, he goes up. And the spinners have done the job for Cricket West Indies. It's been a sorry state here. Akash finishes with 4 for 19 from 8.2 overs. West Indies bowled out for 138 in 39.2 overs. And this is the second time that the West Indies have failed to bat all of their 50 overs, as my colleague Terry Laraja, who's just snatched ZDK Sports. West Indies bowled out, Terry.
Yes, not a good performance at all by West Indies under 19s, and so much for trying to keep the danger man, the leg break bowler Akash, wicketless and out of the equation. Just play him out, It was the spin all over West Indies under-19s in this innings this morning. Orsino Fontaine playing a very good hand, 51 off 41. 51 off 66. That included 7 fours, and Captain Joshua Dawn 29 off 45 with 5 fours. The partnership of 63 for the second wicket. But really, that was all she wrote, as the spinners, in particular, the leggy Akash picking up another 4 wickets. That's 11 for the series thus far in 3 innings. 8.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 19, and worked wonderfully in tandem with Chamika Hina Tagala, the slow left arm orthodox spinner. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 33. So 8 for 52 between them in 18.2 overs was the downfall of West Indies under-19s today. From 115 for 4, they've been bowled out for 138 in just the 39.2 overs. We wondered, there were 2 close games at the start of the series, both teams trying to sort themselves out, get a feel for the opposition, get a feel for the conditions, who would break first. And it seems that through their spinners, Sri Lanka under-19s has certainly taken the initiative and hold the initiative at this stage. 139 to win, as my good friend Vernon Springer would say. 139 singles off 300 deliveries. We'll be back with all the action on Cricket West Indies, Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, and just maybe just to look, Terry, at the fall of the wickets. So we got a chance, Terry, to see the fall of the wickets. That was Fontaine.
Yes, and that was
Tyreek
Bryan sweeping. Top edged. He played a couple of nice sweeps. That one was just too wide to sweep.
He looks like a class batsman, Terry.
Definitely. This is the boy that worries me, though, Micah Greenwich. He's not showing anything at the top, and that delivery there, I don't know. Is he up to under-19s level, Vern?
I don't know. I thought Thea Edwards could have been in this team to Terry. I got to get you to look for the stats for Thea Edwards. This is the mix-up here, Terry.
Yes.
The run out. This was poor.
Well, Van Lang was maybe asserting his seniority in as much as that it was his call and he just kept coming even though Miller didn't move.
Miller will have to work on his shot selection. This is the second time that he's gifted his wicket away. In the second game, he hit the ball long to long on. This game, he hit the ball long to long off. You know,
soft dismissals.
Yeah, he's got to hit the ball down the ground. If you get to the pitch of the ball and you're not there, you just knock it down the ground for a single. And
again, the keeper dismissal.
Nelson.
Yeah.
Giving
his hand away. Showing signs either of if he's up to this level, both with his keeping and his batting thus far.
And that was the last wicket. Gittins goes leg before. And the Sri Lankan spinners have shared 8 wickets between them, Terry.
Yes, 8 for 53 off 8 for 52, I should say, off 18.2 overs.
Yeah,
excellent effort with the slow left arm orthodox of Hina Tagala.
But Terry, if you look at those dismissals, Terry,
soft,
very soft, and much awareness,
especially because the second wicket partnership set the game up, set the innings up.
That was Fontaine and Dawn.
And one of them had to go on. All right, Fontaine got his 50, got out, but still, at 115 for 3, they were still in a good position. But unfortunately, the next 7 wickets just too soft.
All right, so Terry, 1:30 at all out. If in case you've just joined the West Indies YouTube channel, Terry Laraja and myself will take a quick, not a coffee break, but a small 5-minute window. The umpires will soon be coming back out just before lunch. And trust me, Sri Lanka will need 139 singles from 300 deliveries. So welcome back at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just to let you know that the umpires have decided to take an early lunch, and so we expected to be back by at least 1 o'clock. West Indies on the 19, batting first, ball over 138. Sri Lanka, after the break, when the luncheon break, they will need 139 runs to take a 2-1 lead, or West Indies can bowl them out under that score. So on behalf of the 360 team, Terry Rajan and Vernon A. Springer, we will be back after lunch.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the resumption of play in this third Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. If you're just joining us on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels, West Indies under-19s were bowled out today after winning the toss and electing to bat for the third time this series, bowled out for a well below par 138 in 39.2 overs, which means Sri Lanka under-19s just need 139 to win and take a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 series. All the damage was done by leg break bowler Akash, 8.2 overs, 1 maidens, 4 for 19, and slow left arm orthodox spinner Hina Tigala, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 33, taking 8 for 52 off 18.2 overs between them. Knocked over West Indies under-19s for just 138. We're going along quite nicely at 110 for 2. Partnership of 63 for the second wicket between Captain Joshua Dawn and Ursino Fontaine, but then crumbled from 115 for 4 to be bowled out for 138 in the first over of Sri Lanka's reply. Local boy Matthew Miller opening the bowling from the commentary box end. He's bowling to the left-handed Chamadita. That one is a wide, so Sri Lanka off the mark, 1 for none. I am Terry Laraji, and it's a very good afternoon to my esteemed colleague Vernon A. Springer. Good afternoon, Vernon.
Good afternoon to you, Terry.
Sri Lanka taking the bull by the horn here in this third match. 2 close games. Certainly asserting their dominance in the field this morning. As we were saying, few cheap dismissals by West Indies under-19s batsmen.
Seen Matthew Miller change from over to round. I think he just needs to stand up.
That one's a pure but height there.
Bowl the ball in the particular area when he was over the wicket. Terry, don't think his wrist was firm enough. The ball is maybe more or less pushing the ball, really. Something I think that Jerome Taylor will be working with him on. He's got to stand up straight. He gets to the crease here, get that hand up. The wrist has to be firm enough behind the line of the ball and looking to concentrate to hit the seam rather than trying to swing the ball. That's the first thing that you have to do. You've got to get your body alignment in line.
So first over is completed, just the wide off it. Both batsmen still on naught. Sri Lanka under-19s chasing 139 for victory are 1 for none.
Now, in the context of the game, Terry, with West Indies making a low score, low total here, they seem to gone off the boil and come up with a new tactic here, more or less. I maybe might have tried something different. Maybe might have introduced maybe Carter, maybe from the CIU road end. Carter's bowled very, very, very well. But they've decided to go for Gittins, so they've gone for their all-out seam attack.
Yes, Roger Gittins playing his first match today in the, as he comes in now to Tilakaratne, plays it quietly back to the bowler, no run. Playing his first match today, fast bowler from Barbados. And in the CWI Rising Stars Under-19's 50 overs championship, he took 14 wickets at 14.79. With an economy of 5.24.
Trying to find out where all our young fast bowlers have gone, Terry.
Yes, very interesting point you make there, Vernon.
Yeah, serious. I'm very much concerned.
Being serious too. I mean,
I haven't seen an under-19 for a while. I think the next under-19, I really need to make some time out once I'm available to really go and look at that under-19 and see if we really identify in talent. That's why I was saying to you the other, Terry, we have to pay attention to the Sir Garfield Sobers competition.
wide outside the off stump, slashed over backward point into the boundary for 4 by Tilakaratne. Not a very good delivery that by Gittins, offering too much width.
Gittins almost like he's stopping before he gets to the crease, Terry. There's no momentum in his build-up. Got to attack the crease. Got to be a beautiful athlete, because if we can't find the ball, Van Lan might maybe need some assistance. Okay, finally I think would have picked it up. Maybe went all the way down the road into by the fence. 5 without loss. Customer producing fast bowlers, Terry, especially at the youth level. So Van Lan has been moved. Another fielder is being placed down now. Greenwich has been placed on the short third man area. Van Lan is now gone, so he's maybe still has an injury, maybe from the last game. He's moving very gingerly.
Turned backward of square by Tilakaratne. Overcompensating that time, Gittins getting 2 straight. Tucks it away for another 2. He moves to 6. The score is 7 without loss in over number 2. Gittins in again from the northern end. That's better line, better length, defended back to the bowler by Tilakaratne.
Gittins wearing number 10, Terry, is another tall guy again. And your run-up is going to be very important, Terry, in order for you to get to the takeoff. It's almost like he's stopping there, losing some pace. Balls are wide now, and head falling away in terms of his delivery stride. So there are 4 facets of the bowling, Terry. One, your run-up, then you have your takeoff, then your delivery stride, and then your follow-through is also going to be very, 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 very important. Again, for a tall guy, you'd really want him to be looking to hit the crease, to accelerate, especially in his run-up. Over comes to an end. 6 runs out of, in fact 7, including the wide out of that over. And at the end of 2, Sri Lanka 8 without loss. They need 131 in 288 balls.
Yes, very comfortably positioned. Obviously, order of the day for the young West Indians. Early wickets, trying to get themselves back into this match. But a very tall order, tough ask on a good-looking batting track. Fast outfield here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Miller to resume from the commentary box in, round the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita.
Can push in the ball again.
Fended off the hip, I would say. Yes, they go through for a leg by. The Chamadita remains on naught. Tilakaratne is on 6. It's 9 without loss in the 3rd over. Slip in play, 3rd man, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off for the right-handed Tilakaratne, but ill-directed again by Miller over the wicket to the right-hander, down the leg side, wide cold, 10 without loss.
Can I have a look at
Such
that?
a low total, can't be afford to be giving away extras like this.
Have a look at that Miller delivery there again. Maybe just to illustrate the point to Terry.
Yes, he pushing it again.
Come back to that.
He's in again to Tilakaratne. Swinging ball, but he catches it on the full, places it perfectly through the cover region into the boundary. 4 runs. Tilakaratne not messing around here. He moves on to 14. He moves on to 10 after just these 7 deliveries. It's 14 without loss.
I know they're trying to get Miller to swing the ball, Terry, but he got to bowl the ball into the surface. That has to be his objective. He's trying to concentrate and trying to swim. He's got to get a firm wrist and land the ball in the right area in terms of his takeoff. He's just leaning too much, especially into his delivery stride. He's got a stand-up ball. That's a lot better. Now he's on the money. And forget about trying to see if he can swing the ball. You don't need to. You just need to land the ball in the right area. Thank you.
Firmly struck, but straight to dawn at mid-off. Score remains 14 without loss in over number 3.
Maybe he can extend his run as well to Terry in terms of his run-up, so he can maybe get a more rhythm, so that when he gets into the takeoff position, he's really got some momentum.
In again to Tilakaratne, a bit of swing on offer again as he pitches that one up, driven into extra cover region, can't beat the field. Yes, but the only thing I would say about Miller, just looking at him, is he a new ball bowler though? I mean, I know that he looks for a swing when he can pitch it up, but if the swing's not on offer, I'm not quite sure if he's a new ball bowler, but he's in again. And that one played up to mid-on, and they take a single. Good running, good communication between the two. And that brings the over to an end. So after 3 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s in reply to West Indies under-19s being bowled out for 138. They're 15 without loss. There's Mr. Gore. And
is that
Enoch
Warren Richardson?
Lewis, yeah, looking on.
You see, like the Turners as well, attend so many cricket games.
Absolutely.
Hugo.
So be Gittins to continue from the northern end to a slip, third man inside the circle, deep backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, 3/4 of the way to the fence, and fine leg inside the circle, and that's cracked through point region, beats the deep backward point, 4 more. Tilakaratne, looks like he's on a mission to me, Byrne. He shoots up to 15 and the score 19 without loss. Gets very low in his stance, doesn't he? But he was right over the top of that and cut it beautifully. Gittins in again. And that red took the edge and flew straight through keeper and slip, who are now in an argument of where Carter at slip should be standing. He wasn't in the traditional first slip region. Nelson, the keeper, did not attempt it. Nobody moved actually, and it's gone straight between them.
Terry.
Carter more in a second slip position, although the height on that one, he still would have had a better chance catching it if he was in the traditional first slip.
Terry, Carter has to be
now.
Carter has to be at first slip.
Yes, if you're going to have a slip.
They maneuver in the field. Somebody has to be in control of this team. They can't be doing their own thing.
Driven beautifully past mid-on by Tilakaratne for another 2. Score shoots up to 25 without loss in over number 4.
You have a new ball, youngsters running in bowling at top pace. Somebody has to be at first slip. You can't be in between.
And now he looks like he's gone back to a more of a second slip position, especially when you've got Van Lang there at short third man. He doesn't need to be so wide. That's a wide again by Gittins. He's struggling with his line.
Maybe the situation is that I know Josh O'Donnell is trying to control some leadership, but he maybe looks like the best slippy out of all. Maybe if he was at the traditional first slip, let's look at it, Terry. Look, he is. That's the wide delivery, but we'll go back. We'll go back to that delivery.
Where he is now, he's in much better position, but the one that got through now, he's overcompensated again. Has Gittins got 2 straight wide down the leg side this time, so consecutive wides, and they're just losing their discipline, or they have lost their discipline today. We've seen some pretty ordinary stroke play with bat in hand, and we're not seeing very good discipline by the 2 opening bowlers here in Gittins and Millers. Gittins in again to Tilakaratne. Bang on target that time. Defended into the extra cover region and no run. 27 without loss. We're in over number 4. They only need another 112. comes in again. And that one he's had a go at and taken the edge. Disappointing there by Tilakaratne. He knows that it was short and wide, width on offer. He went for the big cut shot. And all he did was to feather it through to Nelson.
I think he was undone by the bounce, Terry.
True.
And the movement of the right foot. If we can get...
I think he just saw the width and threw the hands up.
Yeah.
So Gittins makes the breakthrough. Sri Lanka lose their first.
Just look at it, Terry.
Tilakaratne gone for...
The right foot. The right foot, Terry. He was...
Yeah, he didn't move into the shot. He just threw the hands at it.
Your leg side was...
Bit of
right
extra
foot was still there. Right foot got to get as close as possible to the ball, really. But good wicket for the West Indies.
Much needed. 27 for 1. And Tilakaratne goes for 21.
You see, he thought he moved his right foot across, Terry, but it really didn't go anywhere.
Yeah,
the right
he
foot.
just saw width and went after it.
And he's disgusted with himself. He'll go back into the dressing room and know that, hey, he's maybe just gifted his wicket away, just like so many wickets that we've seen for the entire day. Again, the wicketkeeper determines the first slip. The wicketkeeper has to look to see where the first slip is. You know, that's a position that they have to certainly work out. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. Again, he's not looking to make that adjustment, but Carter is really not putting himself into that right position.
On the bounce to backward point there by a new batsman Wenkunagara to complete the over. So at the end of the over, successful one for West Indies. Gittins picking up his first wicket. 27 for 1 after 4 overs in pursuit of 139 for victory. West Indies under 19s earlier today being undone by the spin of the Sri Lankans, losing in the last 7 wickets for 23. To be bowled out for 138 in 39.2 overs. As Matthew Miller will continue from the commentary box end. He's bowling to Chamudita, who's faced the 7 deliveries, still yet to get off the mark.
Delivery from Matthew Miller. Stump to stump. Keeping a trifle low in the process. But in the end, the batsman negotiated well. Played the ball from right under his eyes.
Miller round the wicket, down the leg side, wide called. Another one to the total, 28 for 1. We're in over number 5. Need to be more disciplined in their lines and lengths, especially with 2 new batsmen, both batsmen yet to get off the mark.
Calvinier helicopter taking off. Maybe might be making a tour or going over to Barbuda International Airport. Struggle continues for the West Indies under 19s.
Driven
beautifully to cover for 4. Pitched up.
Good looking stroke that by Chamadita. No swing on
Chamadita
offer there for Miller as he
leaned into it.
pitches up. He gets going now and moves on to 4, 32 for 1.
Precision at his best by young Chamadita. He's got to hit the deck. Why is he not hitting the deck? Bowl the ball into the surface.
Miller in again around the wicket. Width on offer. Stroked beautifully through point this time. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Chamadita. Sri Lanka continue on their merry way. 36 for 1 in over number 5. Width on offer again. He played that beautifully.
Terry, if you're going to
the
be
risk, controlled the shot.
if he's going to be coming on a wicket and bowling that line, that means that he's giving the batsman width. He's got to come over the wicket and bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. Make the batsman play. You got to bowl us, especially on these tracks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You got to bowl stump to stump.
This one is chipped into the onside for an easy single. Chamadita moves on to 9, 37 for 1. To show some fight here, the West Indies under 19s boys. Wickets imperative. That peels off the inner portion of the bat into the mid-wicket area where it's fielded. So a dot ball to end Miller's over. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 17. 5 overs being completed in Sri Lanka run chase. They are 37 for 1. Chamadita is on 9. When Kunagoda yet to get off the mark. And that means they need 102 more for a victory. Gittins continues around the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita, who guides that down to third man for a single. Moves on to 10, 38 for 1. And Kunagoda back on strike. To try and find a way here, West Indies under 19s to drag themselves back into this match. language doesn't suggest that at this stage. Got a slip in play for Chamadita. As Gittins comes around the wicket to him. Almost gets through. Fuller delivery, better line, catches the inner part of the bat. So he's got a slip, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. And that takes the edge but falls well in short, well in front of Carter at first slip. Kept a little low, that one. Saw a couple of deliveries in the first two matches on different surface. Pitch number 5 was used. We're using number 7 today. It's the first one that's really kept low for the day though. Gittins in again. This one's punched into the onside. Can't beat the field. Beautiful afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. Hot, sunny conditions. Gittins completes his third over. Figures of 1 for 21 and the end of 6 overs. Sri Lanka under-19's chasing 139 for victory, a 39 for 1. Chamadita is on 10 and when Kunagora is on 1. So that means the Sri Lankans need 100 more. Plenty of time to do that in, as we're going to see spin in the form of the captain himself, Joshua Dawn, replacing Matthew Miller from this, the commentary box end. Miller bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. Joshua Dawn taking the responsibility into his own hands. Bowley's off breaks, coming around the wicket to the left-handed when Kunagora. Slip in play and that's cut. Beats backward point into the boundary. 4 runs. Target under 100. 43 for 1. Sri Lanka.
I'm trying to work out what's the plan, Terry.
They don't look like they have a plan today, Vaughn.
I'm really confused. First of all, why is you got a deep backward square? Really don't know.
Well, he's moving the backward square now. You've got to try and plug that gap at point. Van Lang hobbles back to a long off. So you go backward point, point, cover, extra cover, long off. That one's defended into the onside, no run. And on the onside, he's got short, fine leg inside the circle, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. Width on offer there, but too wide. So 43 for 1, we're in over number 7. Dawn in again. Kunagora plays that on merit. That's turned nicely into the mid-wicket area for an easy single. So when Kunagora moves on to 6, 44 for 1, brings Chamadita back on strike. And the over is complete. So at the end of 7 overs, 44 for 1, 95 more required by Sri Lanka under-19s. Chamaduta is on 10 when Kunagora is on 6. You're talking about what's the plan, and so be really assessing this West Indies under-19s, because they've certainly been outplayed today, in as much as like they were from the start of the second match. Sri Lanka look really up to it, really tuned in, you know exactly what they're doing, going about their business in a very professional way, whereas West Indies under-19s, to me, it looked like they're just expecting things to happen, expecting to continue their form. Didn't happen today. They were totally outdone by the spin, which caused a few soft dismissals, and the bowling in general has been all over the shop, really. Both sides of the pitch, you can tell by the body language that West Indies under-19s really get themselves into this match. The only thing that will do that is wickets. As Gittins into Chamadita, plays a quiet late backward point, and there's no run. So 45 for 1, we're in over number 8. 94 more required by Sri Lanka to take a 2-1 lead in the best of 7 series. Gittins again. That's turned nicely backward of square. They take 1 and they'll comfortably come back for 2. So good batting once again by Chamadita. He moves on to 14. 47 for 1. Moves on to 12, I should say. 47 for 1. This partnership has already yielded 20. Ooh, we went for the big wafted shot. That's the first time we've seen him play an uncharacteristic shot like that in this innings so far. Want to be watchful. That's what outdid his opening partner in Tilakaratne, who looked very good. 21 off 16. 4 fours amongst that 21 before he threw everything at a wide delivery from Gittins. Wide down the leg side, just maintaining that good line and length. They've been all over the place so far, the young West Indian seamers. Another one to the total, 48 for 1. Gittins runs towards us now from the northern end into Chamadita, and that one down the leg side again. Bit of work for Van Lang, he gets around and they take a leg by. Still looks injured, Van Lang, though. He's limping. Picked up a bit of a niggle in the field in the second match. Kept his place in the team today. Run himself out, though. Misunderstanding between himself and Matthew Miller. Gittins just losing his run-up when Kunagora on strike for the last delivery of the 8th over. That's turned straight to backward square, who takes a very good catch. He'd be disappointed with that when Kunagora was a nothing delivery really down the leg side. He looked to turn it through backward of square, but picked out the fielder. Sri Lanka lose their second. West Indies under-19s hanging in there. Gittins picks up his second. When Kunagora has gone for 6, it's 49 for 2 after 8.
Good look catch there by the captain. Sri Lanka losing their first wicket on the score on 27. Now they're second on 49, sorry. They need 90 from 252 balls. So it's almost like a Cricket West Indies under 19 will have to make something happen, Terry.
Definitely. They need to believe that they could pick up a couple of more wickets here.
Did say it was
anything
Gittins,
could happen.
but I don't think it was Dawn. I think it was Greenwich taking that catch there.
It's a good sharp catch, went firmly. That's the beauty of cricket. You don't need your best deliveries all the time to pick up wickets.
Well, you're always told by the late Sir Everton Weeks, he always said, keep the ball on the carpet.
Most definitely.
Something I find that a lot of the batsmen are just hitting the ball in the air. You have to get to the pitch of the ball, Terry, to make proper contact.
In his illustrious career, Vern, he only hit 2 sixes. Well, he only actually hit 1, because the other one was a 6-all run. That's keeping the ball on the carpet. .49 for 2. Dawn is continuing. Swept.
Beautiful shot.
Powerfully into the square leg boundary for 4.
50 up for Sri Lanka under 19 in 8.2 overs.
Good looking shot by Chamadita. Moves on to 16. So 86 more required. The new batsman is Gamaje, century maker from the first match. Didn't quite get going in the second match. Was out a rather loose shot for 11.
West Indies 50 came off 9.2 overs. So over ahead here by Sri Lanka.
Dawn in again around the wicket to the left-hander. He chased that, upset with himself. Chamadita was too wide. Another could have been another get-me-out shot. Caught the bottom end of the bat and went into the ground. Lets that one.
Like to see him come around the wicket, Terry, and bowl that line to the left-hander. I think it is very comfortable for him around the wicket to the left-hander right now.
Tossed up, driven, can't beat cover.
Trying to buy a wicket there, Joshua Dawn, with some extra flight.
that one kept a bit low. It just tucked into the onside. They take a cheeky single.
And staying down. Over comes to an end. Over number 9. 54 for 2. 85 of 246 balls. Gittins went off maybe for some treatment.
West Indies under 19s need to tell themselves 8 good deliveries.
So you can bowl 8 good deliveries and the batsman keeps it out, Terry.
Well, you could, but at least 8 good deliveries to give you a chance over. They have to tell themselves something.
I think the first thing they need to do is that when they get a chance to bat, they need to bat properly. That's what needs to happen.
Most definitely. I think they took it a bit too comfortable, a bit too easy today. Anyway,
the shot selections.
Ajay Gittins, after 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. He's been the wicket taker. Is going to be replaced at the northern end by the left arm spin of Zachary Carter. So we're going to have spin at both ends.
Maybe he might have given Gittins one more, Terry. In fairness to him, I thought he looked. Thought he looked businesslike.
Spot on target there by Carter. Played back up the pitch by Chamadita. 54 for 2. 85 more required. He's gone for that. It's caught the top edge, but it's flown over slip. And they're going to take 2. So lucky to get away with that, Chamadita. It's a bit of bounce on that. He looked to slog sweep that through the mid-wicket area. Caught the top edge, but flew high over Dawn at slip. They pick up 2, 55, 56.
That was a premeditated shot as well, too, Terry.
And this one was reverse sweep, high over backward point, into the boundary, 4 runs. Well, he's not going to hang around, that's for sure. Chamadita.
Switch it. Came out very quickly, Terry.
Yes. If you thought the first one was premeditated, that one. I read it in last night's news. But anyway, he's gone on to 24.
What's the versatility?
23, I should say. Shot up to 60 for 2. Yes.
Innovation of your batting when you got that sort of skill set.
And feel comfortable. Traditional sweep this time, straight through mid-wicket, 4 more.
Yeah, he certainly put some pressure now back on Carter. Now you realize now, Terry, Carter troubled the Sri Lankan batsmen in the first 2 matches. They would have gone back with their video analysts, and now they've worked out now that we're going to counteract Carter, putting the pressure right on him very early. 10 runs out this over so far.
Chamadita up to 27, 64 for 2 in the 10th, and yes, you're quite right, Vernon, that they're determined not to let him settle after he's 3 for 42. Almost brought about victory for West Indies under 19s in that second match. Chamadita has made his mind up. He will not let him settle as he's in again to Chamadita. This one played quietly. Beats the diving
Budu
backward point. And again, they come back for 2. Good aggressive running.
And what he did, which was control, Terry, is that he just played the ball from right under his head. He used the pace from the Carter's delivery, which was wide, steered it. Big effort there from Budu, who is a short third man. He had to retrieve, and they picked up another 2 runs. 12 runs out the over so far. Pressure on Carter. Can he reply?
Bounce on that one, keeps it out. End of the over, expensive first over for Carter. 12 off at 66 for 2 at the end of the first 10 over power play. Chamadita races to 29. Kamage hasn't faced the ball. And they need 73 more off 40 overs. in play. 3 men out on the onside, deep backward square, deep mid wicket and long on. And the offside got mid off inside the circle. Cover point 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And a backward point as Gamage gets off strike. Takes a single off the first ball he faces. 67 for 2. Brings back the left-handed Chamadita. Dawn just readjusting the field for the left-hander and coming back around the wicket to him. Drops his mid-on back to long on. Slip still in play, and that goes straight over the top of Carter at slip. As Chamadita continues to play his shots. Picks up another 2. Moves to 31.
So, Sri Lanka
moves to 29, I should say. 67 for 2.
West Indies at the end of their power play, 50 for 1. Sri Lanka 66 for 2. Buy signal by the umpire there, Terry.
69 for 2. Buys.
Yeah.
You got a huge bounce on that then. If that was, well, okay. If that was buys, and Carter's about 8 foot tall, that's huge bounce. He got to get it over his head.
That's why I'd like him to come around the wicket, because on the left-hander's blind side, you'll be worrying him. I think right now the left-hander would be very comfortable based on the lines.
Oh, that turned, but
Another wide again.
wide.
So if he's getting that kind of turn, Terry, that's what I'm saying. Just come around the wicket. Just come over the wicket.
It's persisted with round the wicket to the left-hander, who looks for the switch hit again and plays it beautifully this time all the way along the ground, past the short third man, into the boundary, 4 runs. Chamadita moves on to 33 at 74 for 2. Sri Lanka under 19s halfway home. 65 more required. Move in the field. He's taken Carter from slip. Put him at short third man. Tossed up. Cracked through the cover region. Nobody really moved. Well in front of the sweeper out there on the cover point boundary. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Chamadita. Moves on to 37 at 78 for 2. In over number 11. Chamadita's going at a runner ball and controlling this small run chase very, very well indeed for Sri Lanka. As Dawn drops his mid-on back to long on. And that's played quietly. They sneak a single to short mid-wicket to complete the over. So another good over there for Sri Lanka. 79 for 2 after 11. Chamadita's moved on to 38. Gamage is on 1. He just faced the 1 delivery. And just 60 more required, Vaughn. As it looks like Carter, after 1 over, is being removed. They're going to bring Matthew Miller back from the northern end. Carter was getting ready to bowl, and the skipper said, not so fast. 12 came off his 1 and only over. So they've given the ball back to Matthew Miller, who opened the bowling with Roger Gittins. Matthew Miller bowled in his opening spell 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. Carter goes down to third man.
I want to pick your brain, Terry. Would you have made so many changes from the last game? I like Tariq Brian, would you have made so many changes in the bowling lineup based on how Raja and those guys bowled?
No, not at all. I think that is what a genuine strike bowler is what they're obviously searching for. They got a couple in the squad that they feel shows promise, but I thought Pollard and Raja in both matches troubled the Sri Lankans, and I was very surprised this morning to see that they were dropped for this third match. Of course, I mean that you in these series it's not always form, as that's turned nicely back with a square for a single by
So then I want to ask another political question.
But
had West Indies won the game, would they have been dropped?
Well, there you go. I think that would have made more sense if they won the game, right?
But they worked hard.
But they worked hard, so therefore
you bring them back for the third game, because you still would have 4 games after that.
Right. And I think this is crunch time. I think the third game is the pivotal game, because if you can take a lead with, say, half the series done, or almost half the series done, it puts you in good stead. So I was surprised maybe rest one of them, but to rest 2 of them, I'm not quite sure. Nevertheless, as it's panned out, they would have been under the pump anyway, because the batsmen simply didn't fire. Yeah. You're not going to win too many matches being bowled out in 30-odd overs and only 130-odd on the board.
Well, outside of Fontaine and Dawn, and
the rest was pretty soft.
Yeah, the other batsmen just certainly gave their game away. I mean, when I look at Greenwich,
I'm not quite sure Greenwich is up to it.
Yeah, well, not even so much up to it. It's about the situation of the game.
Yes, reading the game.
There was really no need for him. Got out stumped.
No but falling over, he looked ugly, in his dismissal. But and as much we say, there were there were a few soft dismissals. You still got to give credit to the opposition. Those spinners.
Oh yes.
8 for 52 in tandem, 18.2 overs between them. That's excellent work in conditions that they're not too familiar with. Anyway, it's Matthew Miller, and he shows a bit of aggression. The umpire calls a wide, and that disappoints me, because
a wide?
You can't bowl over their kneecaps these days. No.
Can you show me that again, Terry? Was that so high, Terry?
No. It just passed his chin. Had no trouble reaching that. It's gone up once it's past him. But you need to, you're in the team for your pace bowling, your seam bowling. You need to show a bit of aggression. You're miles behind the 8 ball. That's just good cricket. I don't think a bowler should be punished for that.
Well, he was.
But he was. 57 needed, 82 for 2.
Almost playing from behind the 8 ball right now. West Indies under 19.
Good delivery. Defended into the offside to complete the over. So after 12 overs, in pursuit of 139 to win, Sri Lanka under 19s are 82 for 2. Chamadita is on 39. Kamage is on 2. And they just need 57. And all the time in the world, 38 overs remaining.
You have to be careful how you say that, Terry. All the time in the world. Getting switched around.
Yeah, he took him off when we thought He might have been worth one more. He's the Shaquan Bell, tall fast bowler from Barbados, is wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. Took 11 wickets in the CWI Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs championship. 11 wickets at 17.82 with economy of 5.44. He also made 161 runs at 32.2 with a high score of 45. He's into Gomange, right on target, defended back to the bowler, no run. Ball runs away from us now into Gamage. That one, bit of bounce, bit of shape on that. Some encouraging signs here by Shaquan Bell. Just the wide, the second delivery ball, but otherwise he's been spot on target. Again, defended back up the pitch by Gamage. So good start this by Shaquan Bell. Wickets needed, obviously. An understatement for West Indies under 19's. He runs in again to Gamage and doesn't let the ball go. Umpire signals dead ball. He pulled out just in his delivery stride. In fact, I think he knocked the stumps, the bail come off, so he pulled out of the delivery. 83 for 2 in over number 13. That's cracked through cover point into the fielding. Another single. Gamage moves on to 3. It's 84 for 2. 55 more required for Sri Lanka. Certainly dominated proceedings here today at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Listening to live broadcast Cricket 360 by the Windies YouTube channels. Ball into the left-handed Chamadita, just tucks it into the square leg region for another single to complete the over. So Chamadita moves on to 40 of just the 42 deliveries. And after 13 overs, Sri Lanka under 19's chasing 139 for victory at 85 for 2, which means they require a further 54 runs to take a 2-1 lead in this 7-match series.
Chamadita has gone about this small total
the right
Very
way.
business-like, Terry. He's gone
Yes.
40 from 42, and he's not been afraid to counteract. And what I think he has done is that he decided that he was going to take on Carter. Took 12 out of Carter's over, and then the next over from Dawn cost 13. So they've really, just taking full control of the game completely. Good delivery there by young Macho Miller.
Yes, beat Chamadita that time through to the keeper. Yes, and I think Tilakaratne set the scene. You don't want to get bogged down when you're chasing these small totals. He was the first to go through his wicket away, really, but 21 off 16, and when that wicket fell, his opening partner in Chamadita decided to keep the tempo going. He's played it well as he pulls that down to Van Lang at fine leg for another single. 86 for 2, he moves on to 41.
This is the Rising Stars Under 19 series being played between Sri Lanka Under 19 and the West Indies Under 19. 7 matches, Terry. We have 4 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, next 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So the youngsters getting an opportunity to play at 2 of the finest first-class venues in Antigua and Barbuda.
Miller into the right-handed Kamage, playing that into the cover region, well fielded.
Margie in the only century maker of the series so far, scored 123, 104 balls, 14 fours and 3 sixes. Jonathan Van Lan, 83, 94 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. Joshua Dawn, 82, 112 balls, 5 fours. And today, Shana Fontaine, 51, 66 balls, 7 fours. So runs have been really hard to come by, Terry, in this series.
Yes, for sure.
And it has shown a sort of demonstration where both teams have almost been, you could say, completely matched in the context of their batting. Don't have a big middle order, but they've maybe got a good top 4 or 5, and then you maybe have a fall away.
Miller into Kamage, full pitch, just dug out. Gets a single backward of square.
I think this is when he's most dangerous, Terry. I think he's a more old ball bowler than
That's what I mean. The new
ball
ball does
bowler. He
nothing
gets the
for
ball
him.
to dart around.
Yep.
In the context, and like I said, the only reason why he opened the ball for the Leeward Islands in the West Indies Under 19 tournament was because of the incident with Tong. But to me, Miller is more dangerous with an older ball. He gets the ball to tail in a whole lot more.
That's pulled and put down and over the fence.
I think he dropped in front of him. Yeah, in fairness to him, I think he tried to make a catch out of it.
Good effort. Committed himself, but it's flown over the fence. 4 more to the left-handed Chamadita. Over comes to an end. Sport the over, really, because it was just the 2 singles up to that point. Nevertheless, we've had 14 overs, and Sri Lanka Under 19's doing it on the bit at the moment. 91 for 2. 45 Chamadita has moved on to. Kamarge is on 4. There's 48 runs required for victory. Shaquan Bell will take up or continue the attack from the commentary box end. Be bowling to the right-handed Kamarge.
There's a gentle medium again, Terry.
Yeah, they say he's fast, but he's more of a medium pacer. Turned backward a square, easy single again. 92 for 2 in over number 15. But you're right about the batting, and I think both sides, fair enough too. were just feeling themselves out in the first couple of matches. Games could have gone either way. Both got themselves into winning positions. Very close games, 12-run victory. Defending 250 odd in the first match. 1 wicket victory, just getting home. And that's cut back with a point into the boundary for 4 more for Chamodita. He's heard all about Antiguan beaches, but he hasn't been to one, Vern. He's on his way this afternoon, though. He moves races on to 49. It's 96 for 2.
Which one you think he should go to?
Well, my favourite's Fort.
Okay.
Yeah. I would recommend Fort.
I think he's staying right there by Serendipity, so if I was him, I would maybe pay attention to what you just said.
There you go.
$50 to Chamodita.
And a very well played 52.
What a knock from the young man.
Off just 47 deliveries.
47 deliveries, 9 fours, a strike rate of 106.38. And he'll remember this for a very long time. He came on a mission, and so far he has accomplished for Sri Lanka under 19. 50 to Viran. He'll remember the special knock today.
Most definitely. Very well played. As I say, he's kept the momentum going that Tilakaratne, his opening partner, started. And that's what you want, the positive intent. Keep the momentum when you're chasing small targets. You don't want to be tentative at the start and all of a sudden you're 3 or 4 wickets down with not many on the board. He's made sure that that has not happened. Gamage continues to just push the ball around, pick up the single, give Chamodita as much strike as possible.
He now will be looking to get his team across the line. He's got 15. You would know that the job is not done yet.
Yeah, true.
Not out here would take his average up. Ooh.
Plays and misses it down.
Yeah, he was caught on the crease. There was no movement there.
And that brings us to the end of the over. It's at the end of the over. 108 for 2. Chasing 139 for victory. Players will take a water break. That can't be right. 108, is it? 98 for 2. We'll go by our scoreboard here. The manual scoreboard's got 108, but I'd say it's 98 for 2. 41 more required. Chamodita's exactly 50, unbeaten. Gamage is on 6. 98 for 2 after 15 overs. The players take a water break. We'll take a break on Cricket 360. Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground for the resumption of play after the water break. Matthew Miller continues, but he starts off with a wide. So 99 for 2, Sri Lanka under 19s, just 40 runs required, about 35 overs to make those 40 runs. West Indies under 19s bowled out earlier today after winning the toss and opting to bat for 138. And that has been hammered high over wide mid-off by Gamage into the boundary for 4. Brings up the Sri Lankan 100, 103 for 2. Looking to finish this game quickly. Miller in again. The northern end steered down to third man. Another easy single. Takes Gamage on to 11. The score 104 for 2 brings Chamadita back on strike. He's on 50. And he just dabs that backward of square for another single. In fact, they'll get a overthrow. So poor cricket again there by West Indies under 19s. They haven't been honoured at all today in all aspects, to be fair. Thrown in on the bounce to Keeper Nelson, who gloved it. They run through for another one. So Chamadita moves on to 52. It's 106 for 2. Good delivery there by Miller. Shy at the stumps again. This time backed up though. Now, the manual scoreboard has got it right, and the other scoreboards are showing 105 for 2. It should be 106 for 2 by my calculations, with Chamadita on 52 and Gamage on 11. So, the manual scoreboard is correct. Now, the main electronic scoreboard is not, as that is pulled down to the fine leg region by Chamadita. Score goes up by 1. It should be 107 for 2 and Chamadita on 53. By my reckoning, but the manual scoreboard is right. The scoreboard on our screen here is not correct, and neither is the main scoreboard. Chamadita is 53. It should be 107 for 2. Anyway, the over comes to an end. Bowell now runs in from the commentary box end. It has width, crashes through the hands of backward point Boodoo there. They pick up another single. So 108 for 2 in over number 17. Kamage clips that aerial backward of square, but a couple of bounces to the deep backward square fielder. He picks up one. So he moves to 13. It should be 109 for 2. Slower ball there by Bowell. Beats Chamadita through to keeper Nelson. He hasn't bowled too badly. Runs in again to Chamadita. Pushed up to mid-on. Another comfortable single. 110 for 2. We've got 3 different scores here at the ground, so just bear with us. But Blacks and Company on the manual scoreboard are the ones that have got it right. It's 110 for 2. Chamadita's on 54. Kamage back on strike. He's on 13. So just 29 to get for Sri Lanka under 19s. And they're just happy to keep knocking the ball around. 110 for 2 is the yeah, that's, and the one on the Windies cricket website is 111 for 2, and on the monitor there's nothing. So the over comes to an end. It's after 17 overs. And by my reckoning, the score is 110 for 2, with Chamadita on 54. Kamage is on 13. But we do have 3 different scores showing and nothing on the monitor. That does need to be rectified, especially for the, if nobody else, for the players in the middle.
I think they got it now.
Well, there's still a runner. Now they got it right. 110 for 2 is right, but okay, so 55 to Chamadita, 13 to Gamage, the electronic and WindiesCricket.com is right. And looks like Gittins is back into the attack, coming around the wicket to the left hand, excuse me, left-handed Chamadita. just loses his run up there. As you can imagine, pretty much a spread field. He's got backward point, cover point on the boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg as Gittins round the wicket now to Chamadita. Plays that into the offside. Can't beat Boodoo at backward point. No run. So we reckon we've got the score straightened out now. So 110 for 2. We're in over number 18. Chamadita's on 55 and Gamage is on 12. Gittins, bang on target, defended back to the bowler by Chamadita. So just the 29 required for Sri Lanka under 19s. I'd have to say, been a pretty good polished performance by them today in match 3 of 7 Youth One Day International Series. Gittins in again to Chamadita. That one's cut on the bounce to backward point. Again can't beat Boodoo. Score remains on 110 for 2. No Boodoo for the day, and yet he got that double strike to bring West Indies under 19s right back into the match. The second encounter here at Coolidge. Gittins into Chamadita, and again plays it to Boodoo. Does the fielding, no run. So 4 dot balls by Gittins, back for his second spell. He's got the figures of 2 for 25, the only wicket taker so far for West Indies under 19s. It's the quietest Chamadita's been since he's been at the crease. Of course, opened the innings. This time he steers it to the right of Boodoo. Picks up a single. Off the last ball of the over. So at the end of the 18th over, it's 1-1-1 for 2. Chamadita moves on to 56. Gamage is on 12. 28 more required. And just as you said, Vernon, we're going to see the off spin of Brendan Boodoo. Going to take over at least the commentary box then from Shaquan Bell, who bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. And as I say, he did take a double strike, ended the second match with figures of 2 for 27 from 7 overs. Double strike, bring West Indies right back into the match. Sri Lanka getting home by the solitary wicket. Bowling to Chamadita, who's on 56. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Slip in play. Tosses that one up. Good use of the feet by Chamadita. Places it past short extra cover into the boundary for 4. Moves on to 60. 115 for 2. Good use of the feet. Got to the pitch. Just strummed it nicely wide of the short extra cover fielder. That's all he had to beat. .24 required. Voodoo again into Chamadita. Plays that, or guides that to the right of backward point for an easy single. 116 for 2. He moves on to 61. Brings Kamage back into strike, who's played the supporting role in this partnership. They came together with a score on 49 for 2. And again, knocks it out into the offside. Takes the single, gives the strike back to Chamadita. 117 for 2. Chamadita on 61, Gawage on 13. As I say, they came together with a score on 49. So it's that 68-run partnership for the third wicket. It's carrying a bit of a mix-up there. No, sent back in time. He's carrying Sri Lanka to a comfortable victory here. It's 22 more required. Voodoo in again. Gives that a bit of flight. Played quietly out to the cover point field on the boundary for another single. Chamadita will keep the strike after 19 overs. Sri Lanka under 19s 118 for 2. Chamadita's moved on to 62. Gawage is on 13. Just the 21 required for Sri Lanka under 19s.
So late to 20 taken off there, Terry. Then also in the tri-series, which involves Afghanistan, UAE and Pakistan. UAE needs 41 of 4 balls in that series.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, you never know. A lot of things can happen, Terry. We also see now that England need 197, Terry.
Trying again, are they?
Yeah, in 28 overs. South Africa scored 330 for 8. Jacob Bethel is on 55. Woot is on 53. So I think we have a game on there. But it's going to be a big ask from England.
Doubtful.
And then later tonight at 7 p.m.
Yes, that'll be a big
You know
match.
what's going to be happening at Kensington Oval.
They need to win.
The Barbados Royals, we're coming up against the Ghana Amazon Warriors.
They need to win.
We're going to have 2 home teams again at Kensington Oval. So we've had 2 home teams in Antigua and Barbuda, 2 home teams in Barbados, 2 home teams in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, once Ghana is playing, you know what's going to be happening. CPL action continues, live and in living color. So make sure you go by some bar, some home, some place, on some phone, and follow the biggest party in sports, the CPL. It's game number 21 of 34, with action heating up tomorrow evening also. And the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons will take on the Barbados Royals also at Kensington Oval.
Big match, huge match. Got to win that one.
We've got to more than win. But here, Sri Lanka,
20 to win.
Need 20.
20 singles, as Vernon A. Springer would tell them. And that's basically what these two are doing since the water break anyway.
Just 20.
Just 20.
Doesn't get any simpler than that, Terry.
Doesn't when you got 31 overs to play with.
Make it 19.
There's been a good performance though today by the Sri Lankans. They've as I say, somebody had to take the bull by the horn and try and wrestle the advantage in this series. And they've done just that. Up to date. 120 for 2, 19 to win. Chamadita on strike. He's on 63 from 67. Gittins around the wicket to him from the northern end. Turns that nicely down to Van Lang.
18?
18 to win. Now, as long as they don't think they're whizzes at mathematics and think 3 big shots, and the whole team thinks 3 big shots, and all of a sudden they lose 7 wickets. And it's down to the last pair again. Let's keep it along the carpet. And that's nicely played by Gamage. Fuller delivery there by Gittins over the wicket to the right-hander, and he just strums it up to mid-off for another one. 1-2-2 for 2. 17 to win. Good to see all the scoreboards back in sync. All the scorers, they do a wonderful job to concentrate on every delivery. That's punched. There's a mix-up. Gets home.
Shift a little bit, Terry. Manu Mohammed would love this one. 122 for 2 from 20 overs. Trinidad and Tobago getting ready for the World Cup qualifying encounter starting against Curacao. Ready tomorrow. Expects a big solo crowd. 20,000 stadium, Terry. We wish Trinidad and Tobago and the Dwight York all the best. Really need some Caribbean representation. We can't have the World Cup come into this neck of the woods, Kerry. And in fact, you know, it's amazing, Terry.
98.
It's amazing. Just listening to the cost.
Really.
The Jamaica Football Federation, you know, the president was talking some huge numbers. It's really going to be a challenge there, especially in the Caribbean. With the private sector so small.
True.
Clubber down the ground for 4.
He tossed that one up, Budo, and Kagame said, thank you very much. 13 to win. Kamage moves on to 19. First boundary too, I believe. He's just been playing it quietly. Second boundary. In his 19. Off some 25 deliveries.
Very solid performance from the St. Lucia Kings last night.
Excellent performance.
Over the TKR in their final game at home.
Tossed up again by Budo. This time.
I think he's trying to buy a wicket, yeah, Budo.
Buy a wicket, or he wants to get off the ground. Anyway, just a single that time to long off. Komage moves on to 21-27 for 2. And yes, and I was listening to Ian Bishop last night doing the commentary, and he's saying Alzari speeds it down. He hopes that's not a concern heading in West Indies representation. Of course, they've got 2 test series in India coming up at the beginning of October. I'd say if you're listening though, Bish, he's just getting himself back into the groove after a couple of niggles.
Well, what are we worrying about Alzari's speed? We have to worry about the people who are not batting. We have greater concerns. There are a lot more issues around West Indies cricket that they're not talking about.
Well, true.
How can you tell me that Mally Richards is not part of the panel of any commentary that we've been having? But we're talking about Alzari Joseph's speeds. Let's be practical about what's going on. There are other serious issues around West Indies cricket that people fail to talk about.
Most definitely, and you bring up Mali. I do not understand that whatsoever. Any game of cricket played in the region, he should be a part.
We have a boys' club controlling the whole system.
Team. Oh, big beats him. Bit of turn there for Boodoo. So 131 for 2. Oh, now here we go again. The electronic says 131. The manual says 130.
I'm not looking forward to trouble Mr. Blacks again for the rest of the day. After I was acousted. I'm really not in the mood today at all, really.
We'll go with 132 for 2. 7 needed. Chamadita back on strike.
7 from 175 balls. This is certainly going to be a serious
Walk in the
statement.
pole. We bring out the reverse sweep, but can't beat backward point to complete the over. So at the end of 21 overs, Sri Lanka under 19s doing it on a bit. 132 for 2. Chamadita is on 64. Gamage is on 21. And just the 7 more runs required for a very comprehensive victory here for Sri Lanka under 19s. Looks like Shaquan Bal is going to take up the attack. He's going to swap ends, be coming in from the northern end. His first spell was from the commentary box end. He bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. He's replacing Rajay Gittins, who's the only wicket taker for West Indies under 19s today. He's bowled 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 30. Bowell, full pitch delivery, driven straight to short extra cover by Gamage. He was upset with himself that he didn't pierce the gap.
I would be, too.
Score remains on 132 for 2.
Even though I wasn't that good. I myself would have been very upset there too, as well, Terry. So I don't give him wrong.
Bowell in again. This time played quietly into the offside. No run. Shy at the stumps. Backed up though by Captain Dawn.
It's amazing. South Africa scored 330 for 8, Terry, of their 50 overs. And no one scored a century.
All chipped in, did they?
Yeah, they had 2 half centuries. 27 boundaries, Terry.
Played through
And
the
8 sixes.
offside this time. Cover point does the fielding. They pick up another 2. So 134 for 2.
15 wides in the process. Jofra Archer picked up 4 for 62 from his 10. Adil Rashid still in the wickets, boy. 2 for 33. And now Bethel has gone for 58.
And he's gone for the victory. Did he get it?
No,
Just inside.
4 runs.
It was 5 to win. He danced down, put him over mid-on, Gagame, and it just bounced inside. So, scores are level.
Yeah. England need 186 from 26.1 overs, Terry.
Well, we only need 1 here.
Would you put your money against? Would you bet? I know you're not a betting man. Not even a sugar cake you'd be thinking about betting. So that's a good sign.
But when you read out the scores earlier, before you went into detail, I said England will fold.
Oh, yes, you did say that.
I did say that.
Yeah, but you didn't bet.
1 to win. Played straight to mid-on, no run. Kamage opening the shoulders there. Gets him to 27 off 34. He's played a very good supporting role for Chamadita.
I think he wants to give Chamadita the opportunity to win the game for Sri Lanka.
Well, he can't unless he stops doing that. There it is through the cover region. They pick up the single. And that is
Are we sure?
a reason. Well, the umpire is. He's taken the bails off.
Yeah,
Reason, very
We need to make sure.
emphatic victory there for Sri Lanka under-19s. They take this third Youth One Day International by 8 wickets. They finish on 139 for 2. And
What's the time, Terry?
Chamadita ends on 64 not out. It's an 8-wicket victory there for Sri Lanka under-19s, and they knocked the runs off in exactly 22 overs.
So we get an early day at the beach, Terry?
We do. Well, some of us go to the beach. I got to go back to
Oh, you
the
do?
station. Yes, my ride is waiting for me as we speak.
Wow, you're really official today, man.
Oh, I have to be on the ball. No one else is. So excellent victory there for Sri Lanka under-19s. They were certainly on the ball from the get-go. Outplayed West Indies under-19s today to take a 2-1 lead in this 7-match series. And I'll just run through the West Indies under-19s card for you. They won the toss early this morning and decided to take first strike. Micah Greenidge, he retired hurt during the innings, but he come back and was stumped for 3. Zachary Carty was caught for 6. Lucino Fontaine was the highlight of the innings. He made 51 of 66 deliveries, including 7 fours. Joshua Dawn, captain, played well also for his 29 of 45 deliveries, including 5 fours. They put on 63 for the second wicket. Tyreek Bryan playing his first match, left-handed Jamaican batsman. He made 24 of 40. But it was a phone number after that. Jonathan Van Lang 5, Brendan Boodoo 2, Matthew Miller 3, Shaquan Bell not out 8, Pajay Nelson 1, and Gittins 0. They lost their last 7 wickets for 23 runs to be bowled out for 138 of 39.2 overs. And the pick of the bowlers was once again the the leg break bowler in Akash. 8.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 19. That gives him 11 wickets so far in the series. And Hina Tagala, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 33. So between them, they picked up 8 for 52 in 18.2 overs to flatten the West Indies under-19s. And then with 139 required for victory, they went about it in a very positive way, ending on 139 for 2 after 22 overs to win by 8 wickets. Very handsome victory. Varan Chamadita, the opening batsman, 64 not out of 70 deliveries, 10 fours included in that 64. Tilakaratne played well for his 21. He was the first to go with the score on 27. When Kunagoda went for 7, that was with the score on 49. But Chamadita was joined by Kamage, who ended on 28 not out. They put on an unbroken stand of 90 for the third wicket to see their team home by 8 wickets. And the only wicket taker was Rajay Gittins, a seam bowler out of Barbados, playing his first match today. Also 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 30. So a comprehensive 8-wicket victory here today at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for Sri Lanka under-19s, which means take a 2-1 lead in the best of 7 series. We'll be back on Sunday, Vernon.
Is it that long?
For the 4th match, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you have a few days rest and...
I'm like you, Terry. I have to work.
Exactly.
I don't have that luxury of you, but hey, It was a pleasure working with Mohammed and the entire team here, Aldwin and all those guys.
Sunday, yes.
Yeah,
we'll do an excellent job.
We'll get ourselves organized. More cricket action taking place tonight at the Kensington Oval. Support the biggest party in sports, CPL. So Lloyd Noise, more action. So Barbados Royals and Guyana Amazon Warriors. 2 home teams tonight at the Kensington Oval. But here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, I'm alongside Terry Laraja. Sri Lanka under 19 are celebrating, while West Indies under 19 will have to go back to the drawing board.